And by the way, we blood of Christ. We blood of Moses. We're not just a color in the crayon box. And if we knew that, who we really were, we'd treat each other differently. We'd treat ourselves differently.
Kanye West is digging in, issuing a non-apology in a new interview after his anti-Semitic, anti-black comments.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from. I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from.
And we originally man and woman anyway. That part. And when you do your real true research about the Hebrews and the Jews and the Israelites and all that, you find out that they look a lot like us sitting in this room right now. So
people, you gotta realize, the first Jews were black. Jews, not Israelites. Jews were black. I hope your actions encourage many others to stand up and say enough is enough. Respect to you, Kyrie.
We want change. We want to be treated like we're supposed to be treated, but because now I've educated myself and I've understood, I understand who I am, biblically, spiritually, the true Israelite. I'm not sure change is ever gonna come back yet. So now my thing is I'm believing that change will come amongst God's chosen. I had somebody on my page the other day. I was like, and I never read my comments, but since all this has been going on, I kind of read because sometimes I have other celebrities, other people hit me in DMs and stuff I normally don't check to ask me to be a part of stuff or just checking up on me, checking up on each other. And so I saw the person say, we're all God's children, and yeah, we are. But He has His tribe, He's chosen. And I know who I am, and that's what I was talking about. And so, in order to know what I was talking about, you gotta study that to show that. You gotta study. You gotta get in the book.
Not at all. So, in order for me to be anti-Semitic, I'd have to be anti-black, anti-black people, anti-Africa, anti all of the people,
Because the Semitic people
are black.
So y'all get that clarity. Say it again. The Semitic people are black.
So I cannot be anti-Semitic.
Let's talk about it. We can talk about the broad tribe, who's the chosen people. Let's talk about it. We can talk about their original name. I'm ready to talk about this all day.
Well, I ain't say Jewish, y'all.
Sorry.
I just said I come to the realization. Saying some years back, you know what I'm saying, that who we call African Americans here in this country is the descendants of the biblical Hebrew Israelites. You know what I'm saying? I know. I'm waiting to can a lot of flack for saying it, because he's on a tremendous platform. You know what I'm saying? Nick Cannon.
That's controversy.
Because he mentioned that the original Israelites was people of color. You feel me?
And so.
But it's not just him saying that. You know, if you study, you read certain history books, you start digging. You know what I'm saying? That's all you're gonna see. You know what I'm saying? So if you apply yourself, you know what I'm saying? It's documented so much throughout history.
It became a problem for us because of the propaganda machine. But it's more of a problem for them.
Right.
Because they've taken our birthright.
Right. They don't want us to be them.
Not deeper than that. They don't want us to be us.
I thank God, Father God, for this moment, this situation, this circumstances here tonight. And I thank his son, Jesus Christ, who loved me and who gave himself for me. I'm honored to be here tonight. To the people of the book, my people, I love you. The message is, the work is finished. Walk in it.
But it really doesn't matter with me now, because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And he's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
Hear thou in heaven, thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger calleth to thee for, that all people of the earth may know thy name, to fear thee, as do thy people Israel, and that they may know that this house, which I have builded, is called by thy name. If thy people go out to battle against their enemies, whithersoever thou shalt send them, and shall pray unto the Most High towards the city which thou hast chosen, and towards the house that I have built for thy name, then hear thou in heaven their prayer and their supplication, and maintain their cause. If they sin against thee, for there is no man that sinneth not, and thou be angry with them, and deliver them to the enemy, so that they carry them away captives into the land of the enemy, far or near. Yet if they shall bethink themselves in the land whither they were carried captive, and repent and make supplication unto thee in the land of them that carried them captive, saying, we have sinned and have done perversely, we have committed wickedness, and so return unto thee with all their hearts and with all their souls in the land of their enemies, which led them away captive, and pray unto thee towards their land, which thou givest unto their fathers, the city which thou hast chosen, the house which I have built for thy name. Amen. Now give us back our heritage. Shalom and blessings, family. I hope everybody's doing well today. We got quite a good conversation to put forth to you brothers and sisters. I'm going to be chopping it up with my brother Elisha and brother Najee. I'm going to start with the brother Elisha. Go ahead and greet the family, brother Elisha.
And peace and blessings to all the family, all the Israelite family scattered to the four corners of the earth. To Elder Banya, brother Najee, to all the brothers and sisters that's doing this work and laboring that we can bear fruit and those who speak out now that you've seen in the intro to this session today. I just pray the Most High is moving, that the Spirit gives the spirit of discernment and to be able to speak the things that the Ruach will have us to speak. So, blessings to all the family, all praise to the Most High, and let them guide us in this session.
Brother Najee.
Peace and blessings, everyone. My brothers on the panel, Bonda, Alashai, excuse me. Peace and blessings to you, brothers. Brother Cleo, I see you in the chat. Peace and blessings to you, bro. Everybody in the chat, I love that opening. Those are our people, y'all. Let's get it rolling. Let's do it.
Amen. So, Black Jew, white Semite, the fulfillment and completion of Psalms 83. Why do I say that? I say that because the awakening is the beginning of the end of them taking our heritage away from us. The awakening is the beginning of the end of us being in servitude to these people. The awakening is the beginning of the end of the rulers of darkness and principalities in high places. It's our time now. It's time for us to take the kingdom. It's time for Esau's reign to end and for ours to begin. It's time for Mashiach to return and to rule the earth with iron rod. We are his weapons of war. And with us, will he take these things down? Will he take down these kingdoms and everything that stands before him in opposition? For the nation and kingdom that will not serve shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted. So we're going to begin the conversation with an article that the brother Najee had shared with me earlier this week. I think it's profound because it describes somewhat of the relationship of the so-called black man with the so-called Semite. And when I say the black man, I'm talking about the black Jew. All right. I know we call ourselves Israelites, but for the sake of those not privy to that understanding, I'm going to just say black Jew. The relationship with the black Jew and the white Semite. And I want to have the brother Hal going into reading that, if you may, brother Hal. And we're going to stop periodically, and we're just going to talk about some of the excerpts in this article. If you want to share your screen, you can share it. If you want to read it the way you are, you can do that too, brother. Are you ready?
Sure. I'll share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, get that going right now. Give me 1 sec.
All right, here we go.
All right, let me know if everyone can see that.
You might need to enhance it. You might want to enhance it and just so the wording's a little bit bigger for the people to be able to see it where you're reading to.
All right, let me see if I can make this larger. Give me a second.
And again, Sister Helen said it's too small. So again, the title of this excerpt that the brother's reading is called "Negroes Are Anti-Semitic Because They Are Anti-White," and this is by James Baldwin. Now, are you able to enhance it?
Yeah, I'm having trouble enhancing it. Trying to think of another way I could do this. My apologies, fam.
No, don't worry about it. We'll get it rolling. We'll get it rolling. Let me see if I can pull it up myself.
Okay. Do you have the link?
I have it.
Okay.
I have it.
I'm gonna stop sharing and I'm gonna let you share.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
And I'm going to enhance it. You're going to still read it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll as you read it, And then, all right, so here we go. Let's do it like this. How's that? How's that look for the family out there? How's that look for you guys? Let us get a one if you can see it well. Brother Najee, can you see it?
I can see it, and I can see it very well, yes.
Brother Lasha, how about you? Is Brother Lasha still there?
He's still there. Maybe he stepped away for a second. But I can see it. What do we see in the chat? Is everybody able to see it? I'm seeing ones and 100%, so I think it's good.
Awesome. Okay. Negroes are anti-Semitic because they are anti-white by James Baldwin. Now, brother, you had some specific points that you wanted to really focus on. So just guide me along the way if you want me to go down or up, third paragraph, second paragraph first, or what have you.
Okay. Yeah, we could definitely do it that way. Also, while I'm reading, if you brothers have any points that you want to highlight during the reading, just feel free to stop me. There'll be no problem with that. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna try to get through this entire article. It's not the shortest article, but it actually is not that long, so we should be able to get through it, even stopping and making some comments.
Mm-hmm. Amen. Okay.
All right. And also, so before we get into this, I'm sure the entire family, most of us know who James Baldwin is. But let me just let you know right now, he's a literary figure. Started his work, I think, back in the 1940s or 50s. But a real powerful, very powerful writer. He was one of those people who stood up in the civil rights movement, along with Martin Luther King, along with Marcus Garvey. Those were some people who he wrote about himself in some of his literary work. These were people that he spoke to. These were considered friends of his. Now, also, a lot of you may know James Baldwin's background. He grew up in Harlem. He also grew up in the Christian church. He was a very young preacher. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he was preaching in his church at the age of about 11 or 12. One thing that was highlighted about James Baldwin is that he was also a homosexual. Now, that is something that was highlighted very much by the government. And it was one of the things that was put into James Baldwin's file, in the FBI. So he was also cited by the FBI. But I read through a lot of James Baldwin's writings, and some of his writings, I mean, for me, it's just so on point. This one in particular came to my attention, and I just think it's very, it's very prominent for now, today, because this is what we're talking about. Just one more thing, as you can see, the sins of our people are always highlighted. And I think that one thing that we see really quick with Kyrie Irving, for example, is that his sins are highlighted. We heard a lot about things that Kyrie Irving was accused of doing in the past, about not taking the jab, about, he's known as a conspiracy theorist. I've heard a lot of stuff recently about some party he had a little while back. I think the name of the party was No Black Girls Allowed or something like that, or White Girls Only. So we see when our people do something or say something that is, we could say, in favor of us, or in favor of who we are, or say something against the power structure, the Jewish power structure, or the Christian power structure, they're usually put on blast and their sins are highlighted. I just wanted to put that out there before I started reading. You brothers have, Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question, and it's just a little bit towards the whole thing of defaming brothers such as James Baldwin by highlighting their sins. Do you believe that these things are done as a deterrent towards us to want to listen to anything that they may have to say?
Oh, definitely. I think that's a big part of it. And I think it's not to say that anything that they've done, or that even the accusations or the sins that are being pointed out aren't true, but they also are used in a way to say they are not credible, right? We saw the same thing done certainly with Malcolm X, our brother, right? The main point that they talked about with Malcolm X was that Malcolm X is not a Christian. He's a Muslim. You can't listen to him. You can't follow him. Then we go to Martin Luther King. Well, you couldn't get any more Christian than that. So what did they say? He was, what did they say? He was
cheating on his wife with a white woman.
Cheating on his wife. There you go. Yeah. There you go. There's always something that they try to bring out. I mean, to go even further, we see people like, Michael Jackson. We see people like Whitney Houston. We see people, all these people, there's always something to bring out to turn us away from what they might be saying that might be beneficial to our people.
Thank you.
Yep. No problem, bro. Anything else, brothers, before I start reading?
Is Brother Elisha still there? Hold on before
Yeah.
All right, so he wasn't Brother Elisha. You good now?
Yeah, brother. I didn't realize that you added me back in a slip of the hand, and I ended up Xing out, so I had to come back in. So I hear everything loud and clear.
Okay. Did you have any questions or any statements to make before we get into this?
No. The article is on point. It is another article I was looking at that once we get into it, I might want to read from, but I'll bring that in as we go forth.
Okay. All right. So the floor is yours, Brother Najee.
All right, sounds good. And let me just remind you, brothers, that while I'm reading the article, stop me at any point, and we can have some dialogue on what we're reading. All right. Okay. Negroes are anti-Semitic because they are anti-white, by James Baldwin. When we were growing up in Harlem, our demoralizing series of landlords were Jewish, and we hated them. We hated them because they were terrible landlords and did not take care of the building. A coat of paint, a broken window, a stopped sink, a stopped toilet, a sagging floor, a broken ceiling, a dangerous stairwell, the question of garbage disposal, the question of heat and cold, of roaches and rats, all questions of life and death for the poor, and especially for those with children. We had to cope with all of these as best we could. Our parents were lashed to futureless jobs in order to pay the outrageous rent. We knew that the landlord treated us this way only because we were colored, and we knew that we could not move out. And he knew, that we could not move out. The grocer was a Jew, and being in debt to him was very much like being in debt to the company store. The butcher was a Jew, and yes, we certainly paid more for bad cuts of meat than other New York citizens. And we very often carried insults home along with the meat. We bought our clothes from a Jew, and sometimes our secondhand shoes, and the pawnbroker was a Jew. Perhaps we hated him most of all. The merchants along 125th Street were Jewish, at least many of them were. I don't know if Grant's or Woolworth's are Jewish names, and I well remember that it was only after the Harlem riots of 1935 that Negroes were allowed to earn a little money in some of the stores where they spent so much. Not all of these white people were cruel. On the contrary, I remember some of them were certainly as thoughtful as the bleak circumstances allowed. But all of them were exploiting us. And that was why we hated them. I'm going to continue reading, but before I do, you brothers have any comments on what we've read so far?
Man, I mean, even growing up in my era, you know, we had to deal with the slumlords and you know, the guys not fixing the heaters, you know, and things like that. But I'm assuming this is more so in the era back in New York where they was dealing with those type of things and didn't have the regulations that they may have had when I was growing up. But yeah, you know, this right here shows you that even back then they was making merchandise out of our people, you know, and that in the neighborhoods that we were in, we were pouring money into these stores, and they wasn't giving anything back, whether it be decent housing. They still wasn't giving anything back, you know, to the people, you know, for them spending money at their stores and things like that.
If you look at redevelopment of all the inner cities, like through gentrification, you know, preeminently it's the Jewish people that tend to, you know, make a great source of their income through the housing market, through real estate. You know, a lot of times that starts inside the ghettos. If you go back to what was so-called Nazi Germany, even where the concentration camps were called ghettos, you know, Jews, the real Jews, were known to be in ghettos going back a lot further than the terminology that we use now. And there was an article and some videos, I mean, I guess they might still be on YouTube, about Black people being in concentration camps. Like, we were in those camps with Jewish people, you know, and you can see part of that history inside, you know, on YouTube or going online, just looking up that information. So them making merchandise of us, and let's just be specific about it. Jewish people are white people. You take away the ish, you take away the semi, you take away the Canada and Australia and, you know, European and Britain, they're all white people, German, whatever way you want to slice it, you know. So we've been made merchandise of, followed to the four corners of the earth by the same people consistently. Now the Jewish converts, you know, through the transatlantic slave trade, which they made a lot of their money to even become as wealthy as they are in this country, when a lot of different people were looking for religious freedoms when they were leaving different lands. Some even would say Christopher Columbus was Jewish, and that the King and Queen of Spain, they were Jewish as well, some history might say. But anyway, that they've made a history of making merchandise of our people, you know. So it continues on through the slums of America and living in degraded housing communities where, you know, they've become slum lords. The term slumlord is, you know, preeminently comes from those how Jewish people dealt with us in the ghettos of America.
Exactly. One of the things that stands out for me, you know, I grew up in Spanish Harlem. You know, that's where I was born. I was born in Harlem Hospital, and this writing is way before my time, but it's so incredibly familiar to me. One thing that stands out in my mind is that I cannot remember a store, even a corner store, no store at all that was Black owned. That I even went into as a kid or as a young teenager, where I could say Black people even worked there. I cannot remember for the life of me that being any part of my childhood. So this resonates, what we've read so far, this really resonates with me, because it takes me back to a time, to a place that I was, but to a time that I wasn't. Like this is years before me, and I could say, wow, you know, when I was a kid, nothing had changed. This was literally exactly the same area, different time, but nothing had changed. All right, I'm going to keep reading.
Okay.
But we also hated the welfare workers, of whom some were white, some colored, some Jewish, and some not. We hated the policemen, not all of whom were Jewish, and some of whom were black. The poor, of whatever color, do not trust the law and certainly have no reason so, and certainly have no reason so, excuse me, and God knows we didn't. If you must call a cop, we said in those days, for God's sake, make sure it's a white one. We did not feel that the cops were protecting us, for we knew too much about the reasons for the kinds of crimes committed in the ghetto. But we feared black cops even more than white cops, because the black cop had to work so much harder on your head to prove to himself and his colleagues that he was not like all the other niggas.
Yeah. I mean, that's reminiscent of a lot of things that we see as far as the people that's supposed to be of our brothers, backstabbing and really betraying one another to prove to their constituents, whom they work for, that that they're not like us. You see that a lot in the Israelite community. We ain't like them. I ain't like them campers. We do that a lot with the Christian constituents. I'm not like them campers. I'm not like IUIC. I'm not like Sakari and them. I don't agree with them campers, right? But even within that, the whole understanding of being an Israelite, we still have that, and that tells you that we still dealing with a mindset of thinking we have something to prove to these people. We still look at them as necessary for an upstart. We still look at them as reputable, when they're not. That's what I'm getting from that, as far as that end part.
But if you think about it, if you really think about it, for all the disputations that brothers and sisters have with the camps and wanting to separate themselves, saying I'm not like that. I even had to speak when I spoke to my mother one day, and she was saying how, when we would go out there, we not like those other Israelites. They so rude. They don't want to hear what you got to say. But you go back to the grassroots of it. The camps was really established so Israel can just be Israel by itself. Like if you think about it. The camps was set up so Israel can be Israel together by itself, to pull out and be amongst each other. Now, what they, metamorphed into and how they operate, depending on, I'm not going to speak not one ill word against any of our brethren, on how they, just to throw it out there or to pick specific things right now and say, I disagree with this or whatever. But the whole purpose of the camps was so that we could be one, so the spirit behind that didn't come to fruition as of yet. No different than when the Crips and the Bloods was created. They was created to protect the black neighborhoods, and then they turned into something else. And it always seems like through a circumstance that the things we create for good always seem to turn into something else because we're within the same construct. That's why brothers should watch their attitude towards some of the camps. Now, you don't have to agree with them, but the reason for them, and is which we're trying to accomplish today, so Israel can be one by itself. And we can lock in on that context, no matter how we keep seeming to separate from each other, somewhat sort of like how we separate denominationally in the Christian church. What difference is it from us and the Christian church in a lot of ways in the way we're separated? You got a lot of individuals out there who choose to go with how they see things and can't be a part of anybody. And the ones who group up use their groups to divide from other Israelites. But the whole spirit behind it was so that we can be one. So in a lot of ways, if you go with the spirit of that, it was meant for some good. We just didn't fulfill that. And in a lot of ways, the nation said they take advantage of that right now.
That's good. Good work.
You know what's also interesting is that that in those times we would rather see a white cop than a black cop. So that tells you almost to the degree of brutality that you would be facing at your own people, you know. And it's crazy because I've had situations where I remember one time, and I'm from Newark, New Jersey, right? And I'm sitting on a porch, and where I stayed at, it was like the place was called Avon Avenue, and I was sitting on my grandmother's porch, and the way her porch is it sits up high, and then there's a slope of grass leading down. It's like a tree, and then there's the streets, and there was a cop walking by, right, and he sees chicken bones on the grass, and he accuses me of throwing the chicken bones down there, and he's like, "Yo, don't be throwing no chicken bones down there. What's wrong with you?" I'm like, "What?" He says, "You heard what I said. Don't be throwing no chicken bones down there." I'm like, "Chicken bones? Nobody's eating chicken over here." And he's like, "I just seen you throw the chicken bones down there." I'm like, "Yo, I'm not. I wasn't even eating. What is this guy talking about?" You know, same cop, man. We was barbecuing, comes around the corner and embarrasses my friend's father, right? Comes over, you guys can't be barbecuing over here, whatever. My friend father like, "Yeah, we were just wrapping it up." "Oh yeah, I know y'all wrapping it up. I know y'all wrapping it up because you know what I do, right?" So it's like right there in front of his son, you say that to him, like, and these are the type of people that we have governing our neighborhoods. People that hate us, that look like us, but hate us just as much as the figureheads, you know. So
Elder Bonnie, let me say this one thing, man, is that, when my mother used to be a correction officer. She used to work at Clinton State Prison in North Jersey. And I remember when she was going through her training, and I was like in my teens at the time. And she says to me, "Rashawn, police are trained to pull over young black men with nice cars. The training specifically. And it's not like you don't have black and Latino. I'll say Latino because it's pushed on blacks and Latinos, just to say that. But it's not like you don't have black cops that have rebelled against this. I remember you had about a group of 10 to 15 group of cops that they came out against the New York PD because of the practices of teaching them to specifically target, stop and frisk, young black teens, profiling black people. And this is what they're taught. They're taught as police, whether they got prejudices going in or not. The whole methodology behind the training is no different than the slave patrols, which was the inception of the police, is that they're to target us. They're to pat us down. They're to check our ID. They're to do all these things in the course of their day. So it was an article I had once that said police are 10 times more likely. And we're talking about the blacks, and the black ones can even be even more excessive because they're trying to prove something to their white or to their co-workers. So sometimes they'll go in a little more just trying to prove they won't show some partiality to their own people. But this is the training that they're getting. And that's what leads to a lot of the confrontations with police killing our people. Sometimes throwing drugs and planning things on us so we can get incarcerated. You can go on YouTube and find things like that. But I'll never forget when we went to the United Nations. I remember we was out there, and this is like the second time they came back, and they was arresting us. And the video's on YouTube, and they was locking us up. And I remember when we was in the holding cell, I remember none of us would give them our ID. We would not tell them who we were. So when we was in a holding cell, there was this, I would like to say she was Brazilian or Cuban cop that was part of the cops that locked us up. It's about 30 of them. And we in the holding cell. And I don't know what prompted her to come down and talk to us. And she specifically started talking to me because I guess at the time I was the one who was articulating things as probably the one who was doing all the talking to the police when we were there. And I remember I was going in while we were there and why we had to go back. And I remember she broke down crying. This is in the police station. And I remember telling her, tell her husband, tell her children that the Most High is about to do something. And the Most High is going to deliver our people. And it's like, if it's necessary for them to keep locking us up, we're going to keep going. And I remember how much she was moved to tears. And I knew it was genuine because she didn't have to come down there. So you got a lot of our people that's working those positions and they're empathetic. They know what's going on, but that's their job. You know, that's how they support their families. And I'm not making any excuses for them, but some are there to do the right thing. Some of our people is just like that cop in Boys in the Hood. I hate black people. I hate your black skin. You remember the the old
I hate Whoopi Goldberg's lips.
So that's you got that, man, but it's a lot of our people, man. Like, when people start talking about, well, I believe some brothers is cops. Man, shoot, all Israelites got to repent. I don't care if they part of the United States government. All of them got to leave here when we leave. I don't care what conglomerate they're part of. So that's all I want to say on it.
Yeah. It was something that's always been a little hard for me to reconcile in my mind is this concept of he's a bad apple, right? This concept of not all cops are bad. Because in my mind, what I think is, okay, that's good to know. They're not supposed to be bad. Their job is to be quote unquote good. It's almost like saying, right? Not all priests, not all Catholic priests are bad. Only the ones that rape little boys. They're supposed to be good. That's their job. Quote unquote good, whatever that means to anybody, that's what their job is to be. Cops are supposed to be lawful. So why would we say not all cops are bad? I was never able to reconcile that in my mind. I was like, that whole concept doesn't really make sense. If they're not quote unquote good, they're not doing their job. Just like if a priest is not quote unquote good, he's not doing his job.
Well, I just and pardon me, brother. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I would say, maybe not all cops are bad, and maybe not all priests are bad, but it's definitely too many of them. If that's the statement that has to be made. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It's definitely too many of them. If you have to point out that they're not all bad, especially when you're in a job doing public service and where people are depending on you to actually be the protectors of them, and where people are looking to you as a spiritual representatives of the Most High, that you're doing things like that. And you're doing it so frequently that they have to say, not all of them. It's like if you got a whole bag of I don't like the assorted jelly beans. I don't like the popcorn flavored ones. If someone has to tell me not all of them are popcorn, hey, look, I don't want the bag, man. I'll get some somewhere else. Get some from somewhere else. Because all and this is a statement that I've heard. It's a quote, and I don't know who said it. But it said all evil needs to thrive is for good people to stand by and do nothing. So exactly. They may not all be bad, but to a certain level they're complacent, and it may be because, like the brother was saying, it's their job. They don't want to do it, but they
But let's put some context on it, though. Let's put some context on it, though. All cops are bad, all of them, but not all cops are bad people. The institution of being a cop comes from the slave patrols. These slave patrols would round up not only just runaway slaves, but slaves that were actually free. This is what they were designed to do. So the institution of it, the job itself, was set up to be bad for our people. So all cops are bad because the job entails doing bad, or is set up that black people affected or minorities are affected negativity. It's just that not all cops are bad people. And that's what I was like trying to articulate before. I'm not saying that you got good cops. No, the institution of it is bad, and the practices are bad. They're taught wrong to how they addressed our people. But some cops are good people. But in the end, now they've become a subgroup. Now you're talking about blue lives. You're talking about black lives, white lives, and blue lives now. Now they're a fraternity where if you're standing with blue lives or with cops, you can't stand with the people. So the job itself is not meant to be good for our people at all. Now, you might have somebody break in and the cop might come to your house and he might be the best thing since sliced bread. He come in, he makes sure the situation is set up. But in that position, in that time, and for the reason he's coming, the job required that he does good. But let you be standing there with a white person and he has to decide who committed a crime. Now the job entails that he profiles you. So the job, the cop position is bad in of itself because the institution of it was bad. Not to say that all of them were bad people.
Exactly. And so, like I was saying before, Baldwin makes a profound statement here. And one of the things I really appreciated about the way he wrote is that he wrote so plainly, right? In this one paragraph, he says so much. And what he does is he takes me back to a place, where I was when I was younger. And I totally remember this. I totally remember the idea of seeing a cop was horrifying in itself, but you always wanted to see a white one instead of a black one if you were the one being dealt with. This is a very profound statement that Baldwin makes here. I'm gonna continue reading, unless you brothers had anything else on this point.
All right.
Okay. All right. We hated many of our teachers at school because they so clearly despised us and treated us like dirty, ignorant savages. Not all of these teachers were Jewish. Some of them, alas, were black. I used to carry my father's union dues downtown for him sometimes. I hated everyone in that den of thieves, especially the man who took the envelope from me. The envelope which contained my father's hard-earned money. That envelope which contained bread for his children. Thieves, I thought, every one of you. And I know I was right about that, and I have not changed my mind. But whether or not all these people were Jewish, I really do not know. The army may or may not be controlled by Jews. I don't know, and I don't care. I know that when I worked for the army, I hated all my bosses because of the way they treated me. I don't know if the post office is Jewish, but I would certainly dread working for it again. I don't know if Wanamaker's, hope I pronounced that correctly, was Jewish, but I didn't like running their elevator and I didn't like any of their customers. I don't know if Nabisco is Jewish, but I didn't like cleaning their basement. I don't know if Rikers is Jewish, but I didn't like scrubbing their floors. I don't know if the big white bruiser that thought it was fun to call me Shine was Jewish, but I know I tried to kill him and he stopped calling me Shine. I don't know if the last taxi driver who refused to stop for me was Jewish, but I hope he'd break his neck before he got home. I don't think that General Electric or General Motors or RCA or Con Edison or Mobil Oil or Coca-Cola or Pepsi-Cola or Firestone or the Board of Education or the textbook industry or Hollywood or Broadway or television or Wall Street, Sacramento, Dallas, Atlanta, Albany, or Washington are controlled by Jews. I think they are controlled by Americans. And the American Negro situation is a direct result of this control. And anti-Semitism among Negroes, inevitable as it may be, is understandable, alas, as it is does not operate to menace this control, but only to confirm it. It is not the Jew who controls the American drama, it is the Christian. The root of anti-Semitism among Negroes is, ironically, the relationship of colored peoples all over the globe to the Christian world. This is a fact which may be difficult to grasp, not only for the ghetto's most blasted and embittered inhabitants, but also for many Jews, to say nothing of many Christians. But it is in fact, and it will not be ameliorated. In fact, it can only be aggravated by the adoption on the part of colored people, now of the most devastating of the Christian vices.
Well, all right. So could you elaborate on what you just read, as far as with it being more devastating on the Christian, the colored people now are the most devastating of the Christian vices. How would you describe that in your own words?
Well, I think in my own words, I think what Baldwin is trying to say here, and later on in the article, he goes more in depth, but he's saying his idea of anti-Semitism among Negroes is because of us Negroes looking at Jewish people as white, but not just white, as white Christians, and their acceptance of being white Christians. And yeah, go ahead.
So there's really no distinction between the two.
Exactly. And I think I said this on one of our lives in the past, this ability that Jewish people have to be minorities when they want to be, and to be white when they want to be. And this is part of what I think Baldwin is talking about in this article, that Negroes of his time, and even today, I think this is very profound and relevant for today, but they saw these Jewish people as white Christians, not only just white men, but white Christians. And that made all the difference to them. And so these Jewish people holding on to something that they see as profoundly Jewish made no sense to the Negro, because they were like, you're not Jewish. You're not anything different from a white Christian. And these white Christians are the ones that we find are our oppressors in this country.
But Lalasha, do you have anything to say on that?
Yeah, I spoke on it before. Every time we recognize these different offshoots of white people or Edomites, every time we recognize them as something else, we help give validity to it. These Jewish people are no different than the Europeans that's over in Great Britain, to the ones that ended up in Canada, to the ones that ended up in America. We choose to acknowledge them as a people when they are a religious denomination. That's who they are, and they become minorities when they feel like it. They become a religion when they feel like it. They become a nation when they feel like it. They can do whatever they want because we acknowledge it. And because we play this sensitivity game that Jewish people have suffered like we suffered. They didn't suffer like we suffered. We suffered at their hands, but they didn't suffer as we suffered, because when a nation afflicts their own people, it's not called genocide. It's not called affliction when whites kill whites, or Indian, people from India kill other people from India. They're not, this is not recognized as the same on the same level when another nation does something to another people from another country. So to take away this invention, the invention of the Jewish people, what is it by Arthur Koso? Was it by Shlomo San?
Shlomo San.
Shlomo San. We're acknowledging these things. It's like it's an article that on Yahoo News regarding a statement that Al Sharpton made regarding Kyrie Irving. And I guess we can post it in the chat if you want. When he basically said, just to make it real short, he said, we've got to be consistent. You know, Reverend Al Sharpton says it's okay to criticize Kyrie, and he gives validity to Jewish people being a target of bigotry and racism, you know, as a religion, you know, and the true bigotry and racism against Jews is actually the ones perpetuated against us. Is like they hijacked the part where we receive racism for being Jews and say, well, we'll snatch that from them and we'll use it when we want to. And it says in this article, it says, I think that we need to really be careful that those of us that have fought racism in the Black community, that we cannot in any way, even inadvertently, normalize being bigots against others. Sharpton told TMZ, we've got to be consistent. And if people say things wrong, they need to be held to the same account that we know when people say things wrong about us. Now, he's giving validity that Kyrie says something derogatory against Jewish people when he didn't. If anything, Bezos, who owns Amazon, by promoting the documentary, they felt it was so harmful, was the one that was pushing an anti-Semitic, trope. I mean, I'm not saying that he did. I'm saying that if you were going to target anybody, say, okay, well, he's advertising and selling and profiting from it. But Kyrie didn't say anything. But you're using those of our people to come along, and they're giving validity to this Jewish, this ish thing, this Semite thing, you know. And that's part of the problem, that we're recognizing their affliction as the same as our affliction. We're allowing our people, or putting them in the same category as us. There's only us and the Jewish people when people talk about atrocities. And hell, they get more preeminence. The Holocaust has trumped the transatlantic slave trade. Now, how the hell does that happen? How do you die in the hundreds of in millions? How do you die in the hundreds of millions by a people that did this to you, and we got to be sensitive to them? How does this happen? Like, what bizarro world is this? You know, is this the Spider-Verse? Did we go through a wormhole? Did we somehow come out on the other end where good is evil and evil is good? Because this is what has happened now. If you think about oppression in the earth, if you think about atrocity in the earth, you think about genocide in the earth, it's the Holocaust first and the menial transatlantic slave trade second or third or fourth. How does this happen? Because we keep validating these people as being us. And they know for certain, if we ever came to the knowledge that we are the Jews, that we are one of the lost tribes of Israel, that we are Israelites, then they know that the second question comes after that. Well, if we're Israelites, then why don't we have the land that they claimed in our name? If we're Israelites, why don't we have the money they collect in our name? If we're Israelites, why don't we have the houses and the vineyards and the yards that they have in our name? You know, so, you know, brother, this is the main problem we have. We need to go on to really invalidate who they claim to be, and then these things, and then the light bulb will really come on. But as long as we keep giving validity to it, like Al Sharpton did, and you know, a lot of our people do, you know, they're gonna keep on pushing this thing in our face, man. Like we didn't die in the hundreds of millions, man. The hundreds of millions. We're talking about a Holocaust. Even if they died 7 million strong, what is that to over 100 million?
Hold on, let's get some thoughts from the people. Let's get the minds of the people up here real quick and see what we're dealing with over here. All right, let's go back. Let's start with the brother Cleo. The brother Cleo says that white evangelicals have been your enemies out the gates, straight out the gates. Indeed, Elder Cleo. We gonna just keep going down the line. Gregory Tesbate, is that Tess? I'm sorry for butchering your name. The brother Greg said this is a great dialogue. Don't worry about. Hey, we appreciate it, brother Gregory. In fact, we're gonna drop the link a little bit later on. So if you feel like coming in, for anybody that's out there, if you feel like coming in and chiming in on the discussion, the link will be available in a little bit. But we got a little bit more stuff to delve into. Okay. Sharp tongue. Yeah, that's what he is. Al Sharpton, sharp tongue. Yeah, exactly. TD Snakes and what's the other one name? Jesse Jack. Yeah, well, the brother called him Jack A's. Jesse Jack A's.
I like that one. That's good.
Nature Graffiti says they own the rhetoric and the narrative. Absolutely. They push the rhetoric and they push the narrative, right? For Hebrew Israelism says the majority of Jews had nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. That's what the TAST means. He said the majority of Jews had nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. I think we're going to get back to that because, history says contrary. Right? Let's see what our brother Jason Phillip McCauley had to say. Peace out there too, Jason Phillip. He says they always depend on our stamps of approval. Yeah, they do. They depend on our stamps. They depend on our prayers. They depend on our acceptance, right? By us doing these things, we lend to them our spiritual power. That's why if you want to pray for them, pray Psalms 109, right? Y'all got some names here today. Can somebody say this name? Read that for me, brothers.
The last name is Patman.
Patman. Okay,
I think it's Sherry Jaffet. Sherry Jaffet. Sherry Jaffet.
Jam Pat.
Jam Pat.
Yeah, Sherry Jam Pat. That's an awesome name because I can't touch it.
Brother Lasha, that was good, bro.
Yeah, that was pretty good, bro. Yeah, hey man. Let's see what the sister CC had to say. Enjoying the superior minds of supremacy, wisdom of you brothers. Oh no, it's we just feeding off the energy you brothers and sisters give us, right? And Nature Graffiti, I'm gonna give you another shot at this one. She threw Isaiah 9:16 out there, and it says, "For the leader of this people calls them to err, and they that are led of them are destroyed." Yeah, so we got to be careful with whom we allow to be the voices of our people, And when people start stepping up talking about this or that, we got to learn how to speak up. Like, nah, you don't speak for us. We got to have people out there also who can jump out there and say no. You speak for yourself.
But I've seen videos. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say real quick. That's an excellent point. We got to be careful of who we allow to lead us. But as you guys know this, once these brothers, and I'm talking about I'm talking about Kyrie. I'm even talking about a few maybe a year or so back with like Whoopi Goldberg. Whenever they are accused of doing something wrong, all of a sudden they are our leaders. These are the leaders of the Black community, and they're doing something wrong, and they become the examples, right? So as much as they impose on Kyrie Irving that he has to do to get his job back so he can play and make his money, right? This is an example to us because these are all of a sudden our leaders. And what I say is that, no, these aren't our leaders. They're our people. We don't have to follow them everywhere to agree with something that they might be saying at the moment. If you want to silence them every single time they say something that we might agree with, that you're in fear of, that's a different story. But we don't have to follow these people. They don't have to be our leaders for us to respect what they might be saying at a particular point in time.
Yeah, that's 100.
But I seen if you go online, there was a video some years ago where Jesse Jackson showed up. I believe it was in Ohio, and them brothers dug in his stuff, said, "We don't want you here." You know, they didn't even allow him to come in and pretend to be any leader of anybody. But you know, Jesse was standing there looking crazy. He had to get in his car and leave because brothers was riled up. No, we don't want you here. Where was you at with this? Where was you at with that? You don't speak for us. And they let him know that. But part of the reason why they call Whoopi or whoever else on TV as our leaders, the reason that they call them is because they put them there to be the face of the argument. You know, it's always who they put in front of us that they make our leaders. You know, if you ever look at like CNN when they say, and we welcome such and such to the panel, you know, they didn't holler at us. They didn't do, a reach out to all the black community and say, who do you want to represent your people on CNN? They call in different pundits that they choose to call in, and they make them the aficionados and the authorities, and they let them speak for us as a whole. That way, you know, we're complicit in whatever they do after that because we're stuck and locked into who they put out in front to so-called represent our people. Just like when Al Sharpton, when he gets his if you want to call it a commission to show up at every atrocity, you know, that happens to our people. He shows up on the scene and, you know, he comes in nice and quick and in a hurry, he get his little pay, and he shows up there to so-called speak for our people when he's a paid, hired help of the establishment that's supposed to make our people docile. It's easy to say, yeah, we tired of this and we tired of that, but he's never going to do anything. And that's who they want out front.
All right, let's get back to the article. Okay. All right, so you left off in the article where it says Christian vices, and you're going on to the next paragraph.
Right here. Okay. And I just when I read, so as we go further in, I just want everybody to remember this is Baldwin's piece, I believe, came out in the 60s, and he was obviously a well-read writer, very intelligent brother. But there are certain things that we know now that he obviously didn't know then. And you'll see why I'm saying this as I read on. Okay. Of course, it is true, and I am not so naive as not to know it, that many Jews despise Negroes even as their Aryan brothers do. There are also Jews who despise Jews even as their Aryan brothers do. It is true that many Jews use shamelessly the slaughter of 6 million by the Third Reich as proof that they cannot be bigots, or in the hope that of not being held responsible for their bigotry. It is galling to be told by a Jew whom you know to be exploiting you that he cannot possibly be doing what you know he is doing because he is a Jew. It is bitter to watch the Jewish storekeeper locking up his store for the night and going home, going with your money in his pocket to a clean neighborhood miles from you, which you will not be allowed to enter. Nor can it help the relationship between most Negroes and most Jews when part of this money is donated to civil rights. In the light of what is now known as the white backlash, this money can be locked on as conscious money merely, as money given to keep the Negro happy in his place and out of white neighborhoods. One does not wish, in short, to be told by an American Jew that his suffering is as great as the American Negro suffering. It isn't. And one knows that it isn't from the very tone in which he assures you that it is. Now that just one statement right there, that just one statement. I'm gonna just read it again because I think that's such a profound statement that even rings true for us today. One does not wish, in short, to be told by an American Jew that his suffering is as great as the American Negro suffering. It isn't. And one knows that it isn't from the very tone in which he assures you that it is. You brothers want to expand on that? Because I just love that particular statement right there.
No, brother, I want to actually show a short clip to what you just said. I want to show a short clip to the debate with the Zionists in front of the White House when that exact question came up.
Cue it up, brother.
I'm gonna grab it up right now.
Yeah, cue it up.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, while he queuing that up, I'm going to say this. It takes somewhat of a pompous attitude and really it's an insult towards our intelligence for them to even make the assertion that somehow their suffering was greater than what we went through. I mean, our people. Just by virtue of understanding the scriptures, that the scriptures said that under the whole heaven has not been done as has been done upon Jerusalem. And if you look, they had to make it seem as though their suffering was worse, because the scriptures speak contrary to them being the people if it's not worse than ours.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Well,
exactly.
we have to sit down and
hold on.
Descent from Abraham. I
Hold
thought
on.
the Jewish people were supposed to be in slavery.
Let me know where it's at, bro. Hold on.
That we're supposed to be.
You got it queued up, bro?
I'm trying to figure out.
Brother Lasha.
Yeah, I think he just went on mute. I think he's trying to get it ready.
All right.
Yeah. So
look, I have it ready in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Just give me a second.
All right. Okay. 2 shakes of a lamb tail. You're making me hungry. Give me some lamb's tail going. I got the ribeye ready though, but hey.
But it's this just go back a bit to this statement and what you were saying, Brother Banya. It's so incredibly true. And we were talking about this a little bit before when we were talking about when we were saying if you have to say something is true, right? You have to prove it, like saying that all cops are good, right? You know, or that's just one bad apple in the bunch. You know, if you have to say that your suffering is as great as the Negro suffering, right? If you have to say, you have to push that point home, because I don't think by any means that in the masses, Black people are saying, oh, our suffering is the greatest suffering. Everybody just kind of knows it. This is not something that we have to put out there and say, oh, nobody, suffered as much as we have. It's been told. It's scripture. This is word, So I love that statement. I just think it's so key. Okay.
Yeah,
you
got that key.
Go ahead, bros.
We'll get to it in 1 second, because I want to say that, rarely, if not never, do you hear the specifics of what happened to our people being contrasted with other atrocities that happened in the earth. They never contrast them like, yeah, there's 100 million and there was this many people of ours. They never say that. They never say, oh, well, yeah, you guys were enslaved for this amount of time and our people was this amount. They never do a contrast between the two. They'll just vaguely mention that, yeah, we both suffer.
Yep.
But
exactly.
Let's pull up the brothers video before brother, I don't see it queued.
Would you want me to share my screen, man?
Yeah, share your screen.
All right. Just let me know if y'all hear it. So I'm gonna let it play real quick.
Okay.
Be honest to God. Be good.
Can everybody?
Hear it loud and clear. Now, hold on 1 second. Just give a brief description about what we about to watch here for the people, real quick. Just a brief description.
At the time we was going to do the work at the White House, one in particular time, the Zionists were actually protesting in front of the White House when we got there. So we engaged them in some scripture regarding who were the chosen people. Was it us or them out of the Bible? So ultimately, one of the Zionist leaders brought up the Holocaust. And then I brought up the 100 million killed through the transatlantic slave trade. And, he pretty much stopped talking about the Holocaust after that. So.
All right, so here we go. It's up there now.
So let me know when you're ready.
We ready, bro.
I'm trying to figure out.
Go full screen. Go full screen
We
on
all
the
descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's what I'm trying to figure out. We know that we do. Do you too?
Yeah.
So you came into America on slave ships? You came into America on slave ships? You went to Nazi Germany on slave ships?
We came from Nazi Germany.
Was that slavery?
Some of my grandparents from Germany.
Was that slavery?
That was genocide.
So it does not coincide with the Torah. It does not say what the Torah says in chapter Deuteronomy 28. Deuteronomy 28.
Is genocide slavery?
Well, we have to sit down and study exactly the terms. Let
me give you an example.
It's not really my profession.
100 million so-called African Americans died through the transatlantic slave trade. Is that genocide?
It's terrible.
That's terrible. Huh?
We all know about that. Thank God that it's much better now than it was.
No, it's not much better.
Not at all?
No, because we're still in slavery.
We're still here.
We're still here. We're still in slavery at this moment.
God said he's going to deliver us out of here.
So, they pretty much wanted to get off that topic when we brought up that 100 million, which their people had a large part of playing in. So that was the poignant point about it inside the article about the comparison, because there is no comparison. 100 million, over 100 million people, and that's to say it kindly, that they attributed to that number compared to the 6 million, if I wanted to give them that number in the Holocaust, would be the equivalent, and it goes to the psychology of these people, that when Nat Turner had the uprising that he had, you had the interviews of Nat Turner where white people were actually asking what would make him do this. Think about this. Nat Turner's in slavery, and they wonder what would make him galvanize some brothers and go on a rampage to free themselves. This is what Esau is saying. So all Esau knew is that Nat Turner had killed 100 and something people. What would make him go that far? Never thinking to themselves what they did to them. They wanted the sympathy of their 100 and something compared to the 100 million they killed. And the fact that the conditions are so poor and oppressive that Nat Turner gathered some brothers inspired by the Most High to try to free ourselves. And it's the same thing here. We're more empathetic to the Holocaust, with the Jewish people having profited off of it, than we are to what has happened to us. Nobody talks about the number of our people that died in the transatlantic slave trade. So, the article's on point with that.
Yeah. That's interesting, though. That's interesting that that they do that, because when you start talking about the contrast between the two, it's no contest. It's no contest. And I'll let Hebrew Israelism let him know, like, we don't do debates on if we're Israelites or not. All right. You can debate like an Egyptologist or those who follow the Kemetic community on if they're Egyptians or not. But I would debate whether or not I'm an Israelite as much as I debated someone whether or not I was a black man or not. Right? That's not up for debate. We are who we are. Now, if you want to get into the ring with other people that's geared towards that type of discussion, then there's plenty of Israelites out there that you can get into that discussion with, and then more than likely tear you to shreds. Ron Dalton has a whole video, a whole documentary in the book out. So I think really, hey, debunk that, and maybe you stand a chance in that arena.
Elder Crab, who is Hebrew Israelism? Because he has an African continent on there, and then he has a Jewish star. Is he really saying Jews versus Israelites as if he's coming at the position of Jewish? I mean, I want to know what the perspective he's bringing at.
He just said he invited Ron Dalton, and Ron Dalton wouldn't come because Ron Dalton doesn't have anything to gain from debating you.
So he's saying that he believes that we're not Israelites or Jews, is what it is.
Yeah, that's probably what he's saying.
Is he a brother?
Hebrew Islam. Are you a brother? Are you a you say he's I am African born and raised in Africa. I'm a Jew from Africa. Oh, okay.
So he's under the teachings of what, Dr. Ben?
Yeah, I don't know.
So I'm just trying to get some context. Is that what is this disputation? Is he saying that black people in America are not Israelites? That's what I'm trying to understand. I am a Semite, not black. Oh, he's very definitely confused. Those two things don't go together. What he said. Let's continue.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's get back into the article. All right.
Me brothers, let's do it.
All right, here we go. All right. So you left off.
Yeah. So right under that last statement. So I'm gonna start at for one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For one thing, the American Jew's endeavor, whatever it is, has managed to purchase a relative safety for his children and a relative future for them. This is more than your father's endeavor was able to do for you, and more than your endeavor has been able to do for your children. There are days when it can be exceedingly trying to deal with certain white musical or theatrical celebrities who may or may not be Jewish. What in show business is a name, but whose preposterous incomes cause one to think bitterly of the fate of such people as, I believe that's supposed to be Bessie Smith or King Oliver or Ethel Waters. Furthermore, the Jew can be proud of his suffering, or at least not ashamed of it. His history and his suffering do not begin in America, where Black men have been taught to be ashamed of everything, especially their suffering.
I don't think we should be ashamed of our suffering. I think we should embrace what we went through, and I think we should repent in order to stop the prolonged suffering. But in our suffering, it's been shown that we are conquerors through those things. You cannot prove if something is if it's durable, if it's strong, without it being tested, without it being going through strain and stress. In the military, that's how we would test machinery. We would bring it to the brink of it actually failing, right? To see how strong the machine is and how much it could endure, right? And those machines that endure through certain thresholds were deemed to be the best machinery for the job. Now you look at what our people went through. The degradation within our community it's produced some of the strongest minds and some of the strongest people. Now, it's also produced those who succumb to that degradation and that stress and that suffering. You know, but we that are here today are the outcome. We are the survivors. We are the ones that have walked through the fire, right? And we're the offspring. We are the fruit of those who survived. So we have much to be proud of, but we do not boast within our mortal bodies or our mortal selves, but we boast in the spirit that preserved us through all those things.
Definitely. Good word, Brother Banya. I think one of the things that Baldwin is trying to point out here is where we are pushed and what we are taught in this country about our suffering, at least, you know, from his time and his point of view. He's contrasting the suffering of the Jew and how the Jew was able to look at his suffering as something beneficial to him. And we were taught that we need to rise up from our suffering, or that we should be ashamed of it, so ashamed of it. And I'm putting words in Baldwin's mouth here, but I think this is what he meant. Being so ashamed of this suffering that we don't even talk about it, that we try as best as possible to forget it. You know, which is, you know, certainly the opposite of what our Creator, of what the Most High tells us now we know to do with what we suffered. We remember it. We come to grips with our history and what our ancestors did and why we were punished. We look at the blessings and the curses. We turn back to the Most High, and this is how we get back to who we are. This is how we get back our inheritance, our culture. So I think that's what Baldwin is pointing more to here, and he's going to get more into it as I read on. I'm going to go on a little bit here, unless Brother Lasha, if you had anything else that you want to add.
No, brother. Go ahead and proceed.
Okay. All right. The Jew's suffering is recognized as part of the moral history of the world, and the Jew is recognized as a contributor to the world's history. This is not true for the blacks. Jewish history, whether or not one can say it is honored, is certainly known. The black history has been blasted, maligned, and despised. The Jew is a white man, and when white men rise up against oppression, they are heroes. When black men rise, they have reverted to their native savagery. The uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto was not described as a riot, nor were the participants maligned as hoodlums. The boys and girls in Watts and Harlem are thoroughly aware of this, and it certainly contributes to their attitude towards the Jews. So as you can see, just let me say, you know, Baldwin, he was going somewhere with that, you know, the way we view suffering and how Black people are taught to view their suffering. But of course, my comparison of Watts and Harlem with the Warsaw Ghetto will be immediately dismissed as outrageous. There are many reasons for this, and one of them is that while America loves white heroes armed to the teeth, it cannot abide a bad nigger. But the bottom reason is that it contradicts the American dream to suggest that any gratuitous, unregenerate horror can happen here. We make our mistakes, we like to think, but we are getting better all the time. Well,
I disagree.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's being, you know, he's being very sarcastic here with that statement. You know, where he says we make our mistakes, we like to think, but we are getting better all the time. It's a sarcastic statement. Well, to state it mildly, this is a point of view which any sane or honest Negro will have some difficulty holding. Very few Americans, and this includes very few Jews, wish to believe that the American Negro situation is as desperate and dangerous as it is. Very few Americans and very few Jews have the courage to recognize that the America in which they dream and boast is not the America in which the Negro lives. It is a country which the Negro has never seen. And this is not merely a matter of bad faith on the part of Americans. Bad faith, God knows, abounds, but there's something in the American dream sadder and more wistful than that. No one, I suppose, would dream of accusing the late Moss Hart of bad faith. Now, I'm not sure who Moss Hart is. Near the end of his autobiography, Act 1, just after he has become a successful playwright and is riding home to Brooklyn for the first time in a cab, he reflects. Now, I'm just going to read through this really quickly because I do know the point that Baldwin is trying to make here after. I stared through the taxi window at a pitched-faced 10-year-old hurrying down the steps in some morning errand before school, and I thought of myself hurrying down the street on so many gray mornings out of a doorway in a house much the same as this one. My mind jumped backwards in time and then whirled forward like a many-faceted prism, flashing our old neighborhood in front of me, the house, the step, the candy store, and then shifted to the skyline I had just passed by, the opening night, and the notices I still hugged tightly under my arm. Here's the point. It was possible in this wonderful city for that nameless little boy, for any of its millions, to have a decent chance to scale the walls and achieve what they wish. Wealth, rank, or an imposing name counted for nothing. The only credential the city asked was the boldness to dream. Now here Baldwin goes on. But this is not true for the Negro, and not even the most successful or fortuitous Negro can really feel this way. His journey will have cost him too much, and the price will be revealed in his estrangement, unless he is very rare and lucky from other colored people, and in his continuing isolation from whites. Furthermore, for every Negro boy who achieves such a taxi ride, hundreds at least will have perished around him, and not because they lack the boldness to dream, but because the Republic despises their dreams. Perhaps one must be in such a situation in order to really understand what it is. But if one is a Negro in Watts or Harlem and knows why one is there, and knows that one has been sentenced to remain there for life, one can't but look on the American state and the American people as one's oppressors. For that, after all, is exactly what they are. They have corralled you where you are for their ease and their profit, and are doing all in their power to prevent you from finding out enough about yourself to be able to rejoice in the only life you have.
Knowledge of self.
Mm-hmm.
Knowledge of self. They don't want you to know anything about yourself beyond the information that they give you.
Mm-hmm.
But what's worse, what's worse than that is that, and you hear it all the time, they're saying, just be happy with your situation. Be happy having our names on you. Be happy being it 10 times harder to get a job than us. Be happy being 80% of the prison population, because, you know, it really doesn't get any better for y'all. So just be cool with your situation and look at this is the best you're going to get.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Bow down that we may go over.
Right, right. One does not wish to believe that the American Negro can feel this way, but that is because the Christian world has been misled by its own rhetoric and narcoticized by its own power. Now that statement there, now that's a powerful statement.
They drunk off of their power. Drunk off of their own power. It's obvious too.
But if you think about it, what is it that we're really learning in Christianity? You know, that after all the oppression that we suffered, that finally when we go to heaven, we'll be equal with the white man.
Exactly. There you go.
And that's really what I believe he's saying there. Maybe not on this earth, but in Christianity, finally when God comes, we'll be equal with the white man.
There you go. There you go. And that is one of the key points of his article there. I think the next paragraph here, I'll read it really quickly, but because I think it expounds on that. For many generations, the natives of the Belgian Congo, for example, endured the most unspeakable atrocities at the hands of the Belgians, at the hands of Europe. Their suffering occurred in silence. This suffering was not indignantly reported in the Western press as the suffering of white men would have been. The suffering of this native was considered necessary at last for European Christian dominance. And since the world at large knew virtually nothing concerning the suffering of this native, when he rose, he was not hailed as a hero fighting for his land, but condemned as a savage, hungry for white flesh. The Christian world considered Belgium to be a civilized country, but there was not only no reason for the Congolese to believe that way about Belgium, there was no possibility that they could. Now here, what he does here is explain his previous thought of this is Christian dominance of the world. This is colonization, right? And the Belgians that took over Africa, took over the Congo, it was not seen as some atrocity, but it was seen as an atrocity to the people there. So when the people decide to fight back, oh, wait a minute, they're fighting back and they're killing white Christian men. What a horrible thing they're doing.
That and it also touches on the fact that they wasn't even reporting on the losses outside of the Europeans. You know, they weren't talking about the atrocities and the suffering that the Belgianese had to face.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
If you think about it, brother, if you go back to like Rosewood, that anytime they give, the establishment gives a number or a census of how many people died in certain history of clashes, they always make the numbers comparable. They never give the total number of our losses in comparison to theirs. They always make it look like it was low on both ends. Recently I seen an article where they were digging up and finding more bodies from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I think they were up to like 21 bodies. I don't know if anybody else saw that article where they were digging in Tulsa and found more bodies from the Tulsa riots or the Tulsa massacre. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what was the motivation for digging up these graves? Like, what motivated them to even highlight that they were digging up more bodies? And it started with 7 and it went more and it went more. And you think about those official numbers, they said, I think it was 100 to 1,000 of our people died, but our people said it was over 3,000 and maybe 100 of their people dying. I'm not certain on the actual statistics on it. They always skew the number, like like Napoleon said, history is written by the victor, and they change the history the way they want to.
Exactly. Well, the next part I'm about to read, Baldwin did not live to see this, but we certainly have. So get this, family. What will the Christian world, which is so uneasily silent now, say on that day which is coming, when the black native of South Africa begins to massacre the masters who have massacred him for so long? It is true that two wrongs don't make a right, as we love to point out to people we have wronged. But one wrong doesn't make a right either. People who have been wronged will attempt to right the wrong. They would not be people if they didn't. They can rarely afford to be scrupulous about the means they will use. They will use such means as come to hand. Neither in the main will they distinguish one oppressor from another, nor see through the root principle of their oppression.
Well,
so he did not. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
That statement, two wrongs don't make a right, is only made by people who trying to negate justice.
Mm-hmm.
Two wrongs don't make a right, but it damn sure make us even.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's equitable. What you do unto others should be done unto you. You reap what you sow. Karma comes back to you. People understand all these different phrases, but they don't understand that it's a necessary thing in justice. If the Most High wasn't a God of justice, what can the people that's oppressed and suffering look forward to? But Christianity's convinced a vast amount of our people that they're not suffering, that they're not slaves, and that they've lost nothing when they walk around with other people's names. They've convinced you of the same thing that Esau was convinced of, that his birthright is not worth anything. They're convincing you to sell your birthright for Christianity. That's for black Christians,
right.
So-called black people who know that we Israel, but continue to say ignorant things like it doesn't matter if you're Israelite. Well, why wouldn't it matter when the Most High surnames you? That's to say that the Most High don't matter.
Right. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can think about also the fact that the Most High said we got to repent for all our sins and the sins of our fathers. How are we going to do that if we don't know who we are?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But but Brother Elisha, we're all spiritual Israel now, bro.
Right. We, and if we wear white tees, Timberland boots, and wear our pants off our asses, we all spiritually niggas.
Well, there you go. Exactly, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
In the American context, the most ironical thing about Negro anti-Semitism is that the Negro is really condemning the Jew for having become an American white man, for having become, in effect, a Christian. The Jew profits from his status in America, and he must expect Negroes to distrust him for it. The Jew does not realize that the credential he offers, the fact that he has been despised and slaughtered, does not increase the Negro's understanding. It increases the Negro's rage.
Yeah.
For it is not here and not now that the Jew is being slaughtered, and he is never despised here as the Negro is, because he is an American. The Jewish travail occurred across the sea, and America recused him from the house of bondage. But America is the house of bondage for the Negro, and no country can rescue him. What happens to the Negro here happens to him because he is an American.
Oh, wow. It says he said, but America is the house of bondage for the Negro.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thou should bring me into Egypt again with ships.
Mm-hmm.
Thou should bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Thou shalt bring thee into bondage, into the house of bondage by ships.
Revelations as well, it says that it is spiritually Egypt and Sodom and Gomorrah. Spiritually Egypt and Sodom and Gomorrah. If this place is not spiritually the house of bondage as well as the physical house of bondage, and if this place is not spiritually the got the great spirit of homosexuality and sexual immorality, I don't know what country does.
Absolutely. Now let's pay attention to this next part here, and maybe the person in the chat, if he's still here, he can probably expand on this part a little bit. Maybe he agrees with Baldwin or not. I'm not sure.
But let me say this before you do. If once he expounds upon that, I remember that he said that he was a Jew from Africa and an Israelite from Africa. And I want him to explain how we're not being sold out of Africa, but he is being still there.
Absolutely. When an African is mistreated here, for example, he has recourse to his embassy. The American Negro who is, let us say, falsely arrested will find it nearly impossible to bring his case to court. And this means that because he is a native of this country, one of your niggers, he has effectively no recourse and no place to go, either within the country or without. He is a pariah in his own country and a stranger in the world. This is what it means to have one's history and one's ties to one's ancestral homeland totally destroyed. Brothers, isn't that a powerful
put a yoke
statement
upon
right there?
their neck until he hath destroyed thee. And he shall put a yoke upon thy neck until he has destroyed thee.
That's my daddy name. My daddy blood on that name. You remember in what's love got to do with it? Man, when a man uphold his slave master's name like that, his mind is definitely destroyed.
Absolutely. That's a really powerful statement right there. This is not what happened to the Jew, and therefore he has allies in the world. This is one of the reasons no one has ever seriously suggested that the Jew be nonviolent. There was no need for him to be nonviolent. On the contrary, the Jewish battle for Israel was saluted as the most tremendous heroism. How can the Negro fail to suspect that the Jew is really saying that the Negro deserves his situation because he has not been heroic enough? It is doubtful that the Jew could have won their battle had the Western powers been opposed to them, but such allies as the Negro But such allies as the Negro may have are themselves struggling for their freedom against tenacious and tremendous Western opposition.
That's interesting. They had several nations, including America, on their side to fight against Hitler to free them out of that situation. And mind you, our people were there too, suffering also. And long before that happened, our people were suffering, and we're still in the hands of the people that we were suffering too. So they can look at their situation and be proud of it because they feel like they've overcome that. So we can look forward to overcoming the noun antagonist to our existence.
Brothers never talk about that. We got brothers and sisters that live in Germany that's marginalized, and that goes back as far as you can think that lives in Germany right now to this day. You never hear it brought up how our people were inside those concentration camps.
to any degree. You don't never hear that even spoken of, you know. So it's a wonder to me. And if you remember, you know, the brother, one of our brothers, brother Banya, he was in the military over in Germany, and talked to us one time years ago about the big community of people, or at least a substantial community that we have that lives in Germany. You know, and then, you know, sitting in America, you would never think that we would have any people in Germany. Because I've never seen on TV really, you know, which is usually the main source of our information about the world, that we had our brothers and sisters that were scattered in Germany from the from the slave trade, or for whatever, through that history, that how they got there, and they're still there, you know. And had the brother not brought that up some years ago, I wouldn't even have known that we have a community of our people in Germany that still live there to this day, that nobody talks about, and would be feasible how we would be up in them concentration camps, um, with ish people that never comes up on any level outside of getting information on them.
Exactly. This leaves the American Negro, who technically represents the Western nations, in a cruelly ambiguous position. In this situation, it is not the American Jew who can either instruct him or console him. On the contrary, the American Jew knows just enough about this situation to be unwilling to imagine it again. Finally, what the American Negro interprets the Jew as saying is that one must take the historical and impersonal point of view concerning one's life and concerning the lives of one's kinsmen and children. We suffer too, one is told, but we came through, and so will you in time. End quote. In whose time? One has only one's life. One may become reconciled to the ruin of one's children's lives is not reconciliation. It is the sickness unto death. And one knows that such counselors are not present on these shores by following his advice. They arrived here out of the same effort the American Negro is making. They wanted to live, and not tomorrow, but today. Now, since the Jew is living here like all the other white men living here, he wants the Negro to wait. And the Jew sometimes, often, does this in the name of his Jewishness, which is a terrible mistake. He has absolutely no relevance in this context as a Jew. His only relevance is that he is white and values his color and uses it. He is signaled out by Negroes not because he acts differently from other white men, but because he doesn't. His major distinction is given him by that history of Christendom, which has so successfully victimized both Negroes and Jews. And he is playing in Harlem the role assigned to him by Christians long ago. He is doing their dirty work. Now,
I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going
to say, yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was just going to make this statement, is that, you know, you look at these Jewish people, and what's amazing to me is that I've seen articles about 25 people that you might not have known was Jewish, you know, like Natalie Portman, and different peoples that are white Europeans that you didn't know was Jewish. And I'm not talking about, in the sense of converting to Judaism, because they're no different than any other white person. And they're Jewish when it's convenient, they're white when it's convenient. When it's time for perks and opportunities, they're white for the sake of that reason. And when it's time to claim that they suffered at some point, or their grandparents suffered, it's time to claim the Holocaust. Now it's a minority for that reason. And they're allowed to use it in a way that we're not even allowed to use, the black card, or the race card, as they used to call it. Jewish people can use whatever card they want whenever they feel like it, and nobody calls them out on it. Just being white people, no different than any others.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I'm gonna continue. No more than the good white people of the South who are really responsible for the bombings and lynchings are ever present at these events. Do the people who really own Harlem ever appear at the door to collect the rent? One risks libel by trying to spell this out too precisely, but Harlem is really owned by a curious coalition which includes some churches, some universities, some Christians, some Jews, and some Negroes. The capital of New York is Albany, which is not a Jewish state. And the Moses they sent us, whatever his ancestry, certainly failed to get the captive children free. A genuinely candid confrontation between American Negroes and American Jews would certainly prove of inestimable, can't pronounce that word right now, sorry, value. But the aspirations of the country are wretchedly middle class, and the middle class can never afford candor. What is really at question is the American way of life. What is really at question is whether Americans already have an identity or are still sufficiently flexible to achieve one. This is a painfully complicated question, but what now appears to be the American identity is really a bewildering and sometimes demoralizing blend of nostalgia and optimism. For example, the Irish who march on St. Patrick's Day do not, after all, have any desire to go back to Ireland. They do not intend to go back to live there, though they may dream of going back there to die. Their lives, in the meanwhile, are here, but they cling at the same time to those credentials forged in the old world, credentials which cannot be duplicated here, credentials which the American Negro does not have. These credentials are the abandoned history of Europe, the abandoned and romanticized history of Europe. The Russian Jews here have no desire to return to Russia either, and they have not departed in great clouds for Israel. But they have the authority of knowing it is there. The Americans are no longer Europeans, but they are still living, at least as they imagine, on that capital.
Hold on 1 second. Let's get some of the let's get the chats going on here. I like to see what we got here.
Mm-hmm.
We got the brother. All right, so all right. And the brother Yash says, and we have nothing to prove. Amen. We have nothing to prove. All right. Brother Elder Cleo says the Jews fought for the Confederacy in the Civil War. Mm-hmm. Jason Philip McCauley says, unapologetic, real. That's why they chant the phrase "never forget," because their plight, held up to the light of scrutiny, is very forgettable. Mm-hmm. You don't have to say never forget if it was that serious. The Windrush happened, huh?
No, I was saying exactly. Just giving props. Yeah.
Yeah. He says the Windrush happened, creation of Israel, and start the apartheid in South Africa all happened in 1948. Israel was one of the last nations standing in the fight to keep apartheid in South Africa. So even while they were going through what they supposedly were going through, they were still afflicting our people. That's interesting.
When you can do something like change who you are, like Superman putting on the cape, you can walk in a building and be white when you want to, walk in the synagogue and be Jewish when you want to, walk out in society and be a South African when you want to,
Like, you know, they can do that whenever they want, like supervillains. Depending on the situation, they can be whoever they want to be according to their European nations.
Transformers.
That's probably where the movie comes from.
It probably is, Woody.
It's Decepticons.
Exactly. Yep.
Hold on, I want to share something with you. This was a short clip of, you know, what they like to do is they like to really try to, you know, put their plight above other people's, right? In order to make it seem as though they're in the moral high grounds of things, right? Check this out. Let me get this. Hold on. Give me a sec. Pull this up. This is Farrakhan. We're gonna play another Farrakhan video also, concerning his address about Hebrews to Negroes, what he had to say about that. But right here, we're gonna talk about so this brother right here, he tells the Jewish people they need to leave Kyrie Irving alone. Right? Let's check this video out. I want to get your thoughts on this. Before I play it, let me do fair use.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. And this is a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
All right. So can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, we can see it, bro.
Can you hear it?
No sound though.
How about now?
No sound.
No sound. Okay. Hold on. Okay.
There we go. We can hear it now. We can hear it now. Yep.
Great.
Hey. Come on now. I'm going to say it straight from the top, baby. The Jewish community better slow its roll down with Kyrie Irving. You guys have bitten off something much bigger than you can chew. And I'm speaking specifically, I don't care who is listening. I'm speaking to the ADL. I'm speaking to Adam Silver. I'm speaking to any Jewish rabbi. I'm speaking to any Jewish organization, any Jewish affiliated organization. You guys better slow your roll to a halt when you're talking to Kyrie Irving right now, because what you've done is you've created a Jew versus Black issue right now. And I'm going to tell you right now to the entire Jewish community and anybody listening to this, that will blow up in your face very, very quickly. Because when we really check the videotape, when we check the rolls of history, you people are extremely culpable in the oppression of Black people. Oh, yeah? Yes, you are. Why don't we take a look at the actual history of Jewish people when it comes to slavery and their participation in owning slaves in America? Do you know that Jewish people own more slaves than any white person in America? Don't take my word for it. Go look up an article called The Atlantic on theatlantic.com. There was a professor by the name of Martin who studied and wrote a paper and a book about the Jewish interaction in African slavery. Jewish people are the most culpable white people in America in respect to African oppression. You folks better be real quiet when you are looking for a Black man to apologize to you for calling out what history has already shown us to be true. Kyrie Irving said it perfectly. He cannot be anti-Semitic if he knows his history. What he is saying is that he believes himself to be Afro-Semitic, and therefore, as an Afro-Semitic man or part of the Afro-Semitic people, of which authentic Israelite people come from, it's impossible for him to be anti-Semitic. What he is saying is that the Ashkenazi or the European Jews, the Gentile convert Jews, the individuals claiming Jewishness are not necessarily aboriginally Hebrew, and therefore you should be quiet. That's what he's trying to tell you. And he's trying to say, hey, I don't have to apologize for being calling anybody anti-Semitic because I never have. I don't have to apologize for a documentary I never wrote. I don't have to apologize for hurting you when you, which he brought up, where were you people when 300 million of my ancestors were buried in America? Where were you? That's what he's asking you. He's asking the Jewish people, where were you when slavery was taking place in America? What was your role? Where were you? He doesn't have to apologize to you. In fact, no black person in North America, no black person in South America, no black person in Africa, and no black person in the diaspora or anywhere within the Mediterranean continent or anywhere else needs to apologize to any Jew. Period. So let's get that part perfectly crystal clear before you guys get on your high horse. I don't want to hear Michael Rappaport. I don't want to hear any of these Jewish individuals, these moguls, these executives, these individuals controlling entertainment, these multimillionaire Jews, these Zionists. Be quiet. Be quiet. And if Kyrie Irving goes into a meeting with Adam Silver, let me tell you who should be at that meeting. Okay? The president of the Urban League should be at that meeting. Number one. A bevy of lawyers, civil rights lawyers, on behest of Kyrie Irving should be at that meeting. The NAACP should be at that meeting. And the Nation of Islam should be at that meeting too. You want to let's bring all the boys to the court. Let's bring everybody to sit down and have a conversation, Mr. Silver. Let's everybody, you want to just wait on the sidelines and then throw out some stupid little sentence about you want to have a conversation with Kyrie? Let's have a conversation. But it will not be no one-on-one conversation. It'll be a conversation with the entire black community. And please make sure you bring to bear the culpability of the Jewish community when it comes to oppressing blacks. I don't care what the NBA has done. I don't care how the NBA has uplifted itself and caused black coaches and black players and had a partnership with the black community. You Jews have gotten rich off the NBA and off the backs of black people. And if you think you want to pull Kyrie Irving into a meeting, Kyrie Irving is correct. There are millions at his back. Don't think that this is going to go quiet for you. You better just brush it under the rug like you already did with the fake donation to the ADL from the Nets and call it a day. That's what you should do. But don't be trying to bring Kyrie into the teacher's office, into the principal's office because you feel like you're being tough. I tell you right now, it's going to blow up in your face. And all these turncoat Negroes, from Jason Williams to Shaq to I won't say Kenny's name because he's not one of them, to Charles Barkley, to all of these little guys that you've got speaking for you, from Malika Andrews, all these little black guys that are being paid by Jews so that they can speak. You got your hand up their butt like Perkins. Listen, no one over here is expecting a salary from any of you, and so we're going to say it like it is. Kyrie Irving is saying it like this. He's already made his millions. He already has his money. He'll be fine for the rest of his life. Never has to play another day for you. And you still got to pay him. Period. Right? So you want to wash him out the league? Pay the man his money. Guess what? We'll go find another league to play in. This is the thing that happened in the lockdown that you got afraid of. That black players don't really need any of you. They don't need the NBA. If they really wanted to form their own league, they can. We can go talk to Ice Cube right now and turn the Big Three into the Big Five. So you guys sit there and you still think that you control anything and you got anybody under. You don't have us under a barrel, buddy. None of y'all do. So Adam Silver, step very light when it comes to having conversations with black men about oppression when it comes to Jews. Because guess what? You're the ones with blood on your hands, not us. That's the real spiel. Del K. Brereton, make sure you know. somebody like, share, and subscribe. Somebody let somebody know that I'm not sitting for it. And there's millions like Kyrie waiting for you to slip up. Don't play with us at all.
Oh, wow. That brother, he went in. That brother went in. I gotta hear what you brothers got to say about that.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I mean, what he's saying sounds good, but if you take a look in the chat, people are not feeling him, and this is, yeah. I mean, you know, the family's not feeling him. This is a person I've never seen before. I don't know who he is. I didn't see this video, so I'm wondering, what's the issue with him, though?
Yeah, he basically didn't like what they was trying to make Kyrie do as far as all the apologies and you know, all those other things that came along with it. But honestly, I liked his tenacity. I liked his tenacity. I think he was talking good.
So I like to know what makes him an agent. That's what I like to know.
He's an agent?
I said, I would like to know what makes him an agent. What was articulated by this man that made him an agent? That's what I like to know.
Exactly. Like, because from the video you just showed, I mean, I could stand with everything he said, but again, I don't know who he is. So fam, is there another reason why, you know, why he's an agent, why he shouldn't be trusted?
Shalom, brothers. Hope you guys are well. Does the brother have and shalom to everybody on the panel, and shalom to the folks in the chat.
The Cleo.
Hey, how you brothers doing today? Hey, so
shalom,
I wanted to. Hey, shalom Najee, shalom, brother Elisha. I wanted to just jump on. Y'all know I've been watching in the background. I said I wasn't going to join in, but so I'm not sure. Pensacola, who Dale is. I don't have any clue. This is my first time seeing the brother, and so if he in the past has been saying some crazy stuff, because you'll notice if you're dialed into news media or if you're dialed into sports media. I'm dialed into sports media because I still watch sports, right? But if you're dialed into that, you will see everybody flip-flopping. Everybody flip-flopping. One moment you got LeBron, you got Stephen A, you got Jay Williams and everybody throwing Kyrie under the bus. Then the next day you have them saying, "Oh, I stand with Kyrie." And so if again, I don't know who this Dale character is, but I will say this: what he was saying was to our cause. Mm-hmm. And so what we have to do as a people is we have to be very careful of if someone's saying something to your cause, let them speak. If they're not, you can ignore them and shut them down. Yeah, I know. I never knew who Del K. Britton was. However, if someone is speaking good tidings and good blessings on the nation, the book say, I will bless them that bless thee and curse them that curse thee. If someone is blessing you, whether they be friend or foe, heathen, Gentile, pagan, alike, then you receive that blessing. If the nigga talking out the side of his neck, because you done had the fat dude, Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock was off the case talking about, oh yeah, Kyrie's right, before any of these other monkeys was saying that. So I say all that to say we need to be careful. Now, I've been watching the videos and watching the different clips. I do have a video that segues perfectly in, and we only go listen to a few minutes of it. We don't have to listen to the whole thing. But I do want to share my screen because it goes perfect with the video that we just saw. Because you will have the Ashkenaz, and if you look in the book, what Ashkenaz is and says, it's no different. It didn't change. Ashkenaz is from Japheth, or Japheth, or however you pronounce it. I haven't been studying my Hebrew lately, so I couldn't tell you how to pronounce it, right? Because some of y'all going to say, well, there were no J's. I know that.
I absolutely know that. You could go with the YSA Yisrael or Yasha Allah. You could do that. We could play that too. However, what I want to do is I want to share this video right quick, and we're only going to play a couple of minutes of it. And like I said, this is gonna what I would say it's gonna go right in line with the video that was just played, because now we're talking about sports. Okay, sis, and you have a right to take that stand. And like we always say, sis, chew the meat and spit out the bone.
Indeed.
Spit out the bones. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead.
What did he say in that video that was agent worthy? What he said in that video was 100% correct. Now he can go sit right back at the side of J. Edgar Hoover if he wants to, but what he said in the video was absolutely correct.
Oh, that was good, brother Elijah. I like that.
I concur with those sentiments 1,000%. So now let me set this up for you. This video is the front loaded part of a video that Pastor Dow did, and the brother here on the left is Elder Rufus. And so Elder Rufus is a sports buff. He typically goes on these sports channels, and they'll talk about sports and what's going on. But you'll notice the title of this particular video. And so with Pastor Dow's situation, straightway, they have a bunch of ex-professional athletes. Bob Mathis, Kabir Abba Biamila, that used to play for Green Bay. Robert Mathis used to play for the Colts. So he has a number of professional athletes. This brother right here, I do not believe he played professionally, but he does. He is an elder at Straightway. And so let's listen to this conversation that he had with, and keep in mind that one of the people on this channel is a few. This guy right here, he's a few. So he's going to explain what a Semite is, and he's going to go and have a major, well, you'll get to see what's going to happen in a second. I'm going to click play, and then I want to know if you guys can hear it or not.
Oh, I'm not saying you didn't. I'm not saying you didn't.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. You're trying to clarify that you don't want to have this stereotype because you're Jewish, right?
Yeah, I'm Jewish. But
yeah,
again,
you don't want to have this stereotype.
Jews are like Judaism is a religion, and I'm not religious. But Judaism is also a race. Like I'm 100% Jewish. Like if you look at me genetically, 100% Jewish, and you can track that back to. I mean, if you really want to go into it, there are like two types of Jews. There, like Ashkenazi Jews from Europe and Sephardic Jews from the Middle East and from Africa and everything like that. I'm 100% Ashkenazi Jew, so from like Poland, that area.
Can I speak on this for a hot second?
Please do.
The brother that's a Jew, this is the type of conversation that needs to be had on a national level, because there's levels of ignorance that go out that people never get a chance to address. Because if one thing is said, the word anti-Semitic comes up, and that shuts everything down, because that's been portrayed as this such negative and vile and evil thing. The problem is, like, I'm listening to you, and you freely on here for the whole world to hear admit that you're Ashkenaz, right? So anybody that can process, anybody that can research, could go right and say, where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And when they research it, they're going to find out that Ashkenaz did not come from Shem. They came from Japheth. There's three lines that you have to come from. You're coming from Ham, you're coming from Shem, or you're coming from Japheth. And you admitted you're an Ashkenazi Jew, which I believe. But you came from the line of Japheth. If you go back,
that's not relevant, though. It's not even relevant. It's not relevant at all. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm Jewish or not. It's not relevant.
Hold on, bro. I listen to you. It is relevant because when you use a word like anti-Semitic, that is coming from being anti against the line of Shem. Brother, hold on, bro. I never cut you off.
No, I know. But I'm saying, if I use the word anti-Semitism, would you rather say like anti-white Jew? Would you rather say that? Okay.
This is the stuff that happens. This is the ignorance that goes forth. When the truth starts to come out, it gets suppressed. This is what they're trying to do to Kyrie. They want to suppress this level of truth that's in that movie. I actually know the man personally. They wrote the books and did the movie. I know him personally. I've had him for years. But if you do any research yourself, you're admitting you're Ashkenazi, and I believe you. But when you look up, where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? What line are they from? They came from the seed of Japhet. So that does not make them Shemitic or Semitic. And that's where the problem comes. That's why he's saying, how could I be anti-Semitic when I know who I am? I am from the line of Shem. So how can I be against myself? That's what he's saying. And now Jews will say, like you just said, well, that's irrelevant. That doesn't matter. Yes, it does, because now truth is being presented to the world. And Jews don't want that truth out there, because that word anti-Semitic would have zero power when they realize the people using it are not Semitic. They're not from Shem. Do you know who Japhet is?
I'm telling you, that's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. It has nothing to do with genetics. It has nothing to do with real history. It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant.
Did y'all hear what he just said? I'm sorry. Did y'all hear what he just said? He said it has nothing to do with real history. That's what he just said.
The Bible isn't real history. We know that. It's stories.
Where do you get, hold on, what does the word anti-Shemitic mean then, my friend? What does it mean?
A Semite is from, it's very easy.
Where does Semite come from?
Again, like, it's irrelevant.
It's a line of people.
Let's say,
hold on. You just said it. You just said it. I heard your words. The Bible is not real history.
No, it's not real.
But the word,
real.
The anti-Semitic comes from the Bible.
No, it comes from a word that's in the Bible.
I got you. Okay. All right. So you use a Bible term to defend yourself as a people, but we don't believe in the Bible.
I'm not using the
I want people to understand. I want people to make sense of it.
I'm saying if you don't like the term anti-Semitic,
no, bro.
No. If you don't like it to refer to Jewish people, okay. I don't believe that, but
I'm Shemitic. I know who I am, so I don't have a problem with it. The problem
no, but you do though, because you don't like the term. The people who don't like Jews are not referring to you though. They're not referring to you. You know
they are, because they're using my line. I'm from the Shemitic line.
They didn't kill 6 million of your people in the Holocaust. It didn't happen. It didn't happen, and you know that.
Let me ask you this: How many of my people you think got killed in the transatlantic slave trade?
Irrelevant. It's irrelevant. You're just doing whataboutism. It's irrelevant. They didn't kill you because of your race. They didn't kill you because of your race. They enslaved you. But not,
no problem.
Oh.
You can see where the issue lies. When the real facts hit the table, the instant word from your mouth multiple times has been it's irrelevant.
I didn't want to do an argument like this, because I knew you would come against me, and we're never going to agree.
If you actually notice, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not amped up about it. I'm saying to you, there's ignorance surrounding the word anti-Semitic. And the ignorance is when the truth about that word comes out, Jews want to suppress it. Ashkenazi Jews like yourself, Sephardim Jews like your brother, they want to suppress that. They don't want that level of truth coming out. And you want to suppress that truth, because you will get on here and you just said it. The Bible's not real. It's not real history. You know what? It's my history, though. It is real history. You don't see it,
not.
But it's a Hebrew book. It is.
There's the one thing.
Go ahead.
There's Holocaust denial in that movie. So
that's what
I don't know.
Hey, Aaron, I got the documentary. That's what someone told you. You didn't see that in the movie. I promise.
I literally saw the screenshot. The Holocaust did not happen. The murders, I literally saw
the exaggeration of what happened in the Holocaust. That's what the movie speaks on.
It's the same thing as Holocaust.
That's what it speaks on.
It's literally the same thing. And that type of
thing. That's not the same thing, bro.
But let me. This is really important though. That type of thinking makes it seem, and makes.
Hey, my brother. At one time,
Jews look like others.
History,
it makes them look like others.
My brother. At one time in history,
hey, my brother,
2 million people got killed in the Holocaust. How are we at 6 million now?
And also, ridiculous things. But
I appreciate that you guys were able to come on and.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and stop right there, because that's where the whole thing ends. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. So that's a perfect segue into that last video. So y'all got a double up. What y'all think about that, fam? I'm gonna go on mute.
Yo, I don't see how he could sit there and say that 6 million of his people dying was relevant, and then turn around and say 100 million of our people dying wasn't relevant. That right there, that's dangerous. That right there, to disregard the loss of life in any circumstances dangerous. All right. So that's anti-Semitic when we say, oh, the numbers were skewed, but it's not anti-Semitic when they say that how many of our people died is irrelevant. How the hell is that not relevant to the conversation when we talking about the hatred or the being anti-existing of another people? You know, how is that not relevant? Yo, this guy didn't even he didn't even believe where the name came from. Like I'd have asked him where does the name Shem come from then? Where you get sin from? Where's that? Where's that at in the Bible? Who's a Semite? What is that? Where's that from? Where can I find that at? Where's the biblical source? All right? The guy don't believe in the Bible though, you know, and the truth be told, a vast majority of them don't believe in the Bible. A vast majority of them Orthodox Judaism is Talmudism. It's staunchly against Torah, staunchly against the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments. And the vast majority of those people follow that. And that's why you see things such as the parades, you know, I'm gonna use Corey Holcomb's term, the fruit bootyism going on over there in that land.
But if you look at the things that he was saying, do a role reversal. If the brother was saying what the Ashkenazi was saying, and the Ashkenazi was saying what the brother was saying, and they were making those same points, USA Today would want to bring all black people on to make a mockery of us for having that position.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody on that panel, if it was a role reversal, would have jumped on top and saying how ridiculous and stupid you sound. The fact is that the brother, when he brought up the transatlantic slave trade, he invalidated, the white boy invalidated the whole thing. He didn't want him to say how many numbers died through the transatlantic slave trade, because that same discussion leads down the road to the part that they played in it. He doesn't want to go down the road of who they truly are. And I believe that they're Edomites. So I don't necessarily, I believe that they usurp Japhet, but that's a whole nother discussion. Because saying that they're Japhet allows them to hide in the earth like they're already doing as other nations.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so they are Hebrews, they are Shemitic. You know, they stole Japhet's acronyms and names, no different than when Esau in the book of Jasher merged with Cheatham. Merged with Cheatham became the Greeks, you know, and Cheatham was a heritage of Japhet, and they became one people. But that's a whole nother discussion. But if we was to take a calculator and say 6 million, so I'll give him 7 million. I'm feeling generous. Let's give him 7 million through something that really didn't. We're going to say I don't believe that really happened to that extent. But let's give him 7 million. Multiply, see how many times 7 million goes into 150 million. Multiply how many times 7 million goes into 150 million, and we let somebody who had his fathers attributed to the slave trade that killed our people, and to that degree, where they were talking about 1 in 10 slaves was making it to America from Africa. 1 in 10 on ships that had over 100 people. You talk about 1 in 10. They estimate was making it back. His people attributes to that, and he says it doesn't matter. But yet he's trying to lift up the Holocaust over what their people did to our people. So he definitely got exposed, and why the brother kept calling him brother. You know, I know that Pastor Dow down there, they tend to, you know, put certain people in positions where they call other nations brothers and all that, and make them elders and all those things, which, you know, that's how they get down. So that's just is what it is. But it definitely, if it was a role reversal, every news station in America would want to bring us on TV to make a mockery of us. If we had the position that Japhet had, oh my bad, as Ashkenazis has today, if we were on that, or the shoe was on the other foot.
But what I want to do is I want to take that. I want to go ahead, Najee, and then I'm gonna take the 6 million out everybody's hand. Go ahead, bro.
No. I just want. Sorry, Brother Cleo. I just wanted to say
right.
real quick. I don't quite understand the sentiment that I'm Jewish by blood, right? This is what he's saying. I'm Jewish by blood, but the stories in the Bible are just that, just stories. It's not history. Where do they think? What do they think they're claiming when they say they're Jewish?
They grabbed the land of Israel off the Bible.
Yeah,
Right.
that was
they're claiming biblical history. That's what they're claiming. So how can you say the stories in the Bible are just stories and the Bible is not real if you're saying you're Jewish, whether you're talking about a bloodline or religion?
But they're using our identity.
Itself.
They're using our identity as a defense to continue doing what they've been doing. So nobody, don't do that to them. Those are the children of those the children of God, right? So they've been suffering the whole time. It doesn't matter. You know what? It's more likely it's them because they got white skin, right? They're moral. They're right because they're white, right? So more than likely, these people could be the children of God, and these Negroes over here, these are savages.
But they're not even saying that, brother. He's not even saying that, Brother Barney. What he is saying is that the Bible is a bunch of stories that are not real.
But that's the
so he's not even claiming that it's real. He's saying I'm Jewish, I'm 100% Jewish, but he doesn't even realize what he's saying.
No, it's irrelevant what he's saying. He dismissed everything that was of relevance, and that's what it is. I can say what I want to say, and what do you say? I am Jewish because I say I am Jewish, and it don't matter how many of you black MFers died, as long as everybody else believes our 6 million died story, so we can keep on robbing and stealing and using your heritage. And we don't believe, because I agree with Elisha, because we really are Esau and we stole your birthright, and we'll be damned if we're gonna let you have your birthright back. That's what he's saying.
But brother, let me say this to you. It doesn't, and this is where the scripture says, surely our fathers have inherited lies. It doesn't require that the children that are benefited, they're beneficiaries of what their fathers stole and what their fathers did. It doesn't require their belief. All they got to do is reap the benefits. That's what he's telling you. He's saying, listen, I don't believe the Bible. He doesn't need to believe the Bible at all to take a land or to enjoy a land that is predicated off of being the people of the Bible. He doesn't have to believe the Bible to take a name that comes from the Bible. All he got to do is reap the benefits of what his fathers stole from us, and that what his fathers wrote in history in the place of the truth. So he's letting us know that, hell, I don't got to believe none of that stuff. I'm just reaping the benefits.
And that's what it is.
So I'm gonna throw this graphic up right quick, because I everybody keep using the phrase 6 million, and that number has been used a number of times. Like the sister said, thanks, Shalom, Maria Yakita. They use that number 6 because it has a meaning to them. Now they use, I can't find the article, but they also use that 6 million number got killed in the 1800s, and I can't find the article. But I do have, I still could find, you can go Google it yourself. You can still find the Red Cross numbers. And the Red Cross numbers will show pointedly, and this is going to be anti-Semitic, but you could label me anti-Semitic, but I'm a Shemite. So that phrase doesn't have any meaning to me. Now, the Red Cross breaks down this over here has the camp on the left, the date that they came with the tally, and the actual tally. Auschwitz, they got 52,389 for a grand total of 271,000. And I can't read that number. We'll say it's either 301 or 307 or 501 or 507. So anybody quoting that number 6 million is false. You can label me a Holocaust denier if you want. This is your Holocaust. Now, what's not included in this breakdown. This shows the number of people that actually died in Auschwitz, but doesn't have the complete number of Jews because they were shipping black so-called black Germans into these camps as well and gassing them up too. If you were just a regular commoner, that wasn't a few. You got sent here too. So this number is even inflated. So if you take the black Jews that were gassed up in these, this number is going to drop down. And then let's say that you take the Arabs that were there, this number is going to drop down. So anybody quoting or using that number 6 million, you out of your rabbit ass mind, because it wasn't 6 million. It wasn't even 6 million in the whole of Europe. If you look at in the whole of Europe, if you look at the almanac at that time. So we need to quote the facts, and these is the facts right here. These is the facts. You're not getting 6 million out of me. You're gonna get, maybe you'll get 271,000. You might get 100,000, maybe. Because I done seen the stories where they had music, they had great food, and all this other stuff. Them pictures that they show you, that you see the like you see when you see the Africans with the bulging stomach and flies flying around them fake pictures, them photo ops that they took of them people back then. I'm not buying that. Them people been the masters of media, been the masters of tricking y'all with their fake imagery. So I'm not buying them fake looking Holocaust pictures where you see a couple of them look like they haven't eaten a week. To me, that's an actor.
Elder Cleo, let me say this: when brothers throw out there that 6 million number, I already know for a fact it wasn't 6 million. I did.
I'm not talking to the panel. No, don't get into it. I'm not talking to the panel.
I know, brother, but just to say this, a lot of times I say, you know what? Even if we were to give you 6 million, 7 million, 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, pales in comparison to the amount of our people that died that y'all attributed to the transatlantic slave trade. Now, when I did my research years ago, I looked at the German census, did a extensive study on it. The German census said there wasn't no more than 600,000 Jewish people in Germany total. Well, no more than 600,000. It was less than 1 million people that was Jewish that was in Germany, period. Now, how the hell could you get 6 million people dying when the census that was done back then regarding how many Jewish people was in that land was less than 1 million? And I believe the number is around 600,000. I believe that was supposed to be total Jewish people that was in that land, period. How you get 6 million? But that's a whole nother discussion. They lied just like, the sun coming up and rising, the sunset, and they lied just like that. Doesn't even matter. Like you said, they're the masters of media, masters of deception, masters of magic. Man. So we know that, brother. But
hey, they are, and so if they come at y'all with that Holocaust tonight, I'm talking about the family now. The rest of the folks that's in the chat, y'all tell them, hey, you know what? Red Cross say different. Red Cross say different, and you ain't. I saw some article where they tried to refute it, and to me it was hilarious because you can't refute it. Now, this brother right here saying even Hitler confessed that we are the real Jews. Now, can I just quickly segue into something, just real quick, bros? I want to show another image. I want to show another image.
Keep it on. You got the floor, bro.
Oh, right on. I appreciate y'all. Y'all so kind to let the old head jump on and show some article. I thank you, brothers, man.
Honors all eyes, Elder. Honors all eyes.
Check this out right here, fam. Check this out.
Get that brother out of here. No, I'm just kidding.
Run that brother out of town.
They love you at that Time Life book where they show Hitler showing that this real Jews was black.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out right here. If hopefully y'all could see this article. This came now. This is in a book, and this was part of what Deshaun Jackson had tweeted, right? And so I'm gonna see if I can scale it up a little bit so that the fam can read it. Now, this came out of a book that Deshaun Jackson read. This is page 126 of that book, and it reads, Hitler said, because the white Jews knows that the Negroes are the real children of Israel, and to keep America secret, the Jews will blackmail America. Next sentence. They will extort America. Their plan for world domination won't work. Why? If the Negroes know who they are. The white citizenship of America will be terrified to know that all this time they've been mistreating and discriminating and lynching the children of Israel. Now, there have been people who tried to debunk this, to say that Hitler didn't say it, but that doesn't prove that this is not true, and that doesn't prove that this article or whatever book this came out, I'm still trying to find a book that it came out, does not disprove the fact that we fulfill the prophecy. And whoever was saying this, whether it was Hitler or not, was definitely spot on.
I've been that Time Life book that I had the book years ago, but I don't know where it's at. But in Time Life book, they showed, and I know brother Bonnie, I know you remember. You might also, brother Elder Cleo, that in Time Life, it was a Time Life book where it was showing Hitler with some of his generals, and he was showing who the real Jews were in a slideshow.
I had it. I remember it.
So it could be in that book, and I hope we can find the main source to that. But that was definitely a great find by the elder, as always, bringing that heat.
Yeah, they took that one. They had it. It was about what, maybe about 8-9 years ago that you could find it, but I think they took that down.
On eBay. You used to be able to buy them on eBay and Amazon. The Time Life book with Hitler.
Yeah, but I was trying to get it, and I couldn't get it. And I think that was about maybe 6 or 7 years ago. I was trying to get it, and first they jigged the price up real high, and then it just like disappeared. But I know it's out there.
Wow. Hey, listen, this is what I want to do. There's a couple more clips I want to show, but I want to actually send a link out to the chat and let brothers join in and see if we can get somebody else's spill on these things. So I'm gonna post a link in the chat, and if you want to join the conversation and come on in here and grace the panel with some comments or some insight on what you just saw, you're welcome to join in. We'll take 3 people at the most. Any more than that, we're not going to take. So if you plan on hitting that link, hit the link now, because once we hit 3 people, then you won't be able to get in there. So I posted the link twice for y'all. So yeah, man, that article actually highlighted something too. When we start talking about who the children of Israel, who we are, a lot of times the type of response we get back is like, it doesn't matter. And this right here highlights the reason why it matters, because if we stake claim to our identity, then everybody else has to ask the question, who are these people over there? If you don't fit the prophecy, what you doing in the land? Why are our tax dollars going to a people, who are supposed to be in that land predicated on them being the children of the Most High, and they're not actually the children of the Most High, right? Hold on. Shalom and blessings, brother. How you doing?
Shalom, Shabbat, Shalom, with Shalom, Mishpul Kha to the family. What's happening with the brothers? What's happening with all my brothers and sisters in the comment section? What's good, family? Yeah, I have made those comments because you really got to think about it. They have a tendency to always want to make themselves the innocent victim. Okay, this whole Aryan and that thing, it came from them doing them dirty. It was actually the so-called Jewish or the so-called Edomites. It was them doing the dirt from the beginning. And this is why you got some of the same people, Aryan nations, because we're not Aryan nations, because that will hate us, but they'll say they hate Jews. You know what I'm saying? The whole time, each party know that we the real Jews. But there's like kind of somewhat of a political thing that caused them to want to separate us. Just like you got, for instance, I'm not trying to get all off of the panic. I'm all off of the situation. You know those rags that the Nazis be wearing and stuff like that. when you do history and when you do research, and if I can get some I will give it to you, because I know a couple of the fellas that be on here. It was us that used to wear them first. And everything that we did and have, they just simply took from us. Like those locks that you see. That's right there in Nehemiah. He's talking about what they call today dreadlocks. But you even have all type of people and high powers of Catholic priests that would tell you about this event, this 6 million event that they, and let's say that this 6 million event was real. Hot. There's none compared to 100 million that came from the time of 70 AD when we was in captivity to the Chaldeans, and then the Chaldeans to the Africans, and then the Africans sold us to Esau. You see what I'm saying? And think about it. Have any of y'all just thought about it? Don't the word Ashkenaz is in Genesis chapter 10? And don't they call themselves Ashkenazi Jews? When Ashkenaz, the name Ashkenaz is right under Yafat, but of course we know about what happened in Yasher when with Chittim and how they united. But just hearing the word Ashkenaz, that should have told you something right there to know, because the real Israelites all throughout the Bible was from Shem. Ashkenaz, that was from Japheth. And then they had the audacity to call themselves Ashkenazi Jews. And so many of us didn't even catch that.
No doubt, brother. We got to get the next person on as well, but there's no doubt good information.
I want to quickly point out, you brothers brought that Time Life article. This is actually from that Time Life magazine. This is the Jew, and this is the word bastard. This is the Hamite. This is, I can't even read who that is. Then you got the nigger, which is separate from the Hamite. And then you got the Orient person here.
Brother, this is what we were talking about with the Ashkenazi. Even by their admission, the Jewish people's admission, they're claiming Japheth just by claiming to be blood relatives of the Ashkenazi Jews. Now, if you was to go into 2 Kings chapter 17, when the Syrians sent in different nations into the land of the northern kingdom, one of them was called the Sephardim. You notice that Jewish people, and that was in the land of Samaria, which some were known to be Samaritans as time went on, but they actually came out of Assyria, and one of the tribes was called the Sepharim, which is a connection to the Sephardic Jew, which would actually come from Assyria. So you have the two connections that the modern state of Israel is making a connection to regarding nation. One comes from Japheth, and the other one comes from Assyria, being the Sephardim. Just go to 2 Kings, the 17th chapter, and you'll see that one of the tribes that was sent them was called the Sepharim, or the Sepharim, which is supposed to be a connection to the Sephardic Jew, which is supposed to be the preeminent population over in Israel today, is the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic Jews. So they're either way you're looking at it, they're not claiming to be Hebrews according to the lines of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They're not claiming that. They're living like that, but who they're connecting themselves to historically and biblically, they've not even taken the time to make the connections make sense that they would be the people that should be in the land.
All right, so we got our brother Baya in here. Shalom and blessing, brother Baya. How's it going?
Hey, peace and blessings to you, brothers, man. Yeah, I'm actually driving, but I had to jump in on this topic because, I've been studying this topic with that whole 6 million stuff for a long time. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, around those people, man, and I'm a retired firefighter, and I done seen plenty of burnt up bodies. I've been in house fires fully engulfed in flame for hours. And we end up, after we put down the fire, finding bodies. And yet you can still make out what those bodies were, that they were human, and even though they were charred pretty badly. But these people trying to tell us that they were able to stuff 4 bodies into a furnace that was built for one person and be able to incinerate them to dust within 30 minutes. Okay. But not only that, when the number was challenged at Auschwitz, where they had 4 million to start off with, they had to put 4 million in order to justify the 6 million, because they couldn't make up that at the other camps. They had 4 million at Auschwitz. But when they were challenged, they dropped it down to 2 million. And when that was challenged, they dropped it down to like 90% of 1 point something million, which made it less than 1 million. But yet that 6 million number persists. That 6 million numbers, I think Brother C. Throw was saying that in some articles, that number existed even before Hitler came into power. What a lot of people don't realize is that they picked that fight with Germany in their boycott of Germany. So by the time Hitler came around, Germany was ripe for a revolution. And there's a lot more things I can say about these people, man, that I won't say, because once again, you know, when the Bible calls them synagogue of Satan, these people are knee deep into a lot of stuff that's contributed to the moral decay of our people. They are the hidden hand behind the music and entertainment business, man, that's pushing all this garbage in our communities. So, you know, when they come with this argument and try to hide their hand in slavery, saying that they only had a minor role in slavery, that is a doggone lie. And we need to stop being defensive and go on offense against these people. Because like that brother from Canada said, that they had a major role in the slave market. Like Farrakhan said, that you were the ones responsible for stealing our identity from us. So when we are in search of our identity, how dare you talk about that we can't say who we are? So, you know, this thing just got me fired up, man. So I'm hoping that you guys are able to hear me okay, because like I said, I'm on the road. So I just wanted to jump in on that, man. It's been a long time we've been trying to get together, brothers. And so I appreciate the opportunity to come up on stage.
Oh, man.
Man, I've been trying to get you on to come on. Oh, sorry about that, bro. I've been trying to get the brother to come on and jump on when we do a KC. Next KC, bro, please jump on, man. I'm going to make sure. Send us an email so I can get you the link, man, so that you can jump on, because I'd love to have you on.
Yeah, the brother just lit it up just now. That brother just lit it up. But that was awesome right there. And I'll tell you, man, I can guarantee that's pretty much all of our we paired that same what you just said.
Yeah, that sentiment.
That same sentiment. Yeah, exactly. Did anybody have anything to add on to that? Because that's really tough to follow right there.
Nah, I mean, I think we should the brother should come bring some more of that information, man. I could sit back and listen to the brothers and sisters bring that type of information all day and night. You know, we sharing this information. So that was definitely a beautiful thing, and the information was definitely well received. So yeah, I would like to hear him talk again, man. Give us some more.
Absolutely.
Well, if I can, brothers, you know, I don't even like to jump into clubhouse rooms with these people, but I was in a clubhouse room because Ron Dalton was in the room the other day. And I know Ron. In fact, I talked to him on, you know, not on a regular, but I talked to Ron. And so this one Ashkenazi comes into the room and, you know, he's saying, you know, about anti-Semitic and that same old trope. And I said to him, I said, you wanna go at it? I said, why don't we talk about the anti-black racism that exists amongst your people? Why don't we talk about how they're treating the Ethiopians over there in Israel? Why don't we talk about how their Benjamin Netanyahu is calling the blacks or the African refugees infiltrators? Why don't we talk about your Jewish rabbi that called black people monkeys? Okay, and then he comes back and says, "Oh well, we all have issues in our community." And I said, "Well, why don't you deal with your community and leave us alone to deal with ours?" And that shut that dude down. See, when you are armed with facts, these people, that's why when the brother mentioned, the elder mentioned about, well, what about the transatlantic slavery and how many blacks died? That dude said it was irrelevant. Boy, I'm telling you, if I was on that stage, I wasn't going to let that dude get away with that. Because you want me to feel the pain of your so-called 6 million, but you're going to tell me that 100 million of my people dying in the transatlantic slave is irrelevant? That 10 million people that died, or 10 to 15 million in the Congo, irrelevant? Right? I would have been all in that dude's behind. But see, the elder was too nice. I'm not that nice person. You understand what I'm saying? So I just wanted to bring that out too, brothers.
Yeah, that was appalling right there to him say that. Yeah, I could have definitely lost it too. And I'm not as eloquent with my words, so I would have they would have had to probably get rid of that video. You know, brothers, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. I just wanted to, for a second, first of all, just thank this brother for coming on. That's some real knowledge you spitting there. In the chat, JD Israel asked a question that I think we should post up and answer.
What's that?
So there's only, you probably got to scroll back just a little bit. The most right. So it's JD's question before that. There you go. Let's address this, brothers.
All right. So JD Israel says, "Here's a question to my brothers on the panel. Now that we have established these facts, I feel our people are not talking about what we do next. I feel we are being distracted. Well, I would ask that I would have to ask, what is the distraction? It's current events the distraction. Is it sports? Is it basketball? Is it video games? Is it just TV in general? I would have to ask what the distraction is, because a lot of things that happen and things that are happening around the world, including media, including movies, including sports, these things are involving our awakening. So I would ask, what is the distraction? Or I'll ask the brothers on the panel, is there any potential distractions outside of the things that I just mentioned?
Let me answer. First of all, there is no distraction. See, what we have to do, we have to realize what the Most High is doing. You know, we have to realize that the Most High is playing a game of chess with these people that they've never seen before. And if anyone, see, at first they used to always be able to hit us with these distractions, but now all of a sudden they're distracted, and they, no matter what they do, they just can't seem to let this thing go. Like this morning, I was looking in the papers, and the first thing I see is now you got 200 small hat actors asking for Amazon and all these other places to condemn the movie and stop selling the books and all this. So they can't get it off of my mind. But let me tell you what I do see. This is the first time that we are focused, maybe not as Israel, as awakened Israelites with the understanding, but we are awakened as a people. And this thing that the Most High is doing, you have to keep your eyes on, because he's moving it from the bottom up this time. And this has nothing to do. Yeah, they're attacking the so-called people, the leaders of who they put in our face in the quote unquote idols, but the grassroots, the nobodies, the we's and the us's are the ones whom have the voice, and they're hearing our voice. And you hear people whom at first they condemned, and you see everybody backtracking now, don't you? Everybody backtracking. We got people who were formerly coons sticking up for us.
Well, I would say with the people that changed their position, I'm kind of wary of them. I don't know why they're doing that, you know.
See, but this is what I see, Banya. This is what I think, because weary or not, it's happening. Because it could be one or two things, but it all still goes back to the point that what I'm saying. They are, see, when Israel comes together, that's why they always have kept us divided. And when Israel comes together, then the Most High is moving in the midst of us. It says, oh, how it is when the brethren dwell together in unity. It's like the oil that runs down Aaron's beard, even flowing to his garment. So what's happening is there is a unity among us on the bottom. We're not totally unified as a nation, no, but we're unified enough that combined with our prayers, the Most High is moving. Now, I pictured what you're saying. It could either be them shocking, or it could be the same leaders that brung them in front and caused them to bring these condemnations are telling them to recant. Nonetheless, at the same time, we're seeing the Most High moving this, and he's affecting everybody. Okay, this same man who they telling to remove the video lost over $1 trillion overnight. So how are you going to tell a man who just lost $1 trillion, Bezos and Amazon, you lost $1 trillion? How are you going to tell that man to stop selling his bestseller? I'm watching the Most High in all this. Maybe I got a spiritual imagination, but I see no end to this. I see that what I'm looking at, and these are things that I've hoped for, but it never quite got there. But I'm believing for myself. And until the Most High shows otherwise, that we're beginning to see him bring us out this captivity before our eyes. That's what I see. And that's what I hope. And that's what I believe. I believe that all these times that we've been praying, and many of us in the chat everywhere, people ain't even listening. If you're awakened, you're tired of this place. And this is our prayer in unison, even though we may not even know each other. I believe the Most High has heard. I believe that he is heard, he is hearing, and he is answering. And that we just have to stay in the flow of this thing. We can't take our feet off of their neck.
The sister my bad.
Oh, hold on a second. Before we go here, bro, I do want to get a chance to answer this question, because it's really, really important. This is a very, very important question. Now, if you've been a member of our channel for a while, you should go check out the Kingdom Conversation playlist. And this is one of the things that I talk about all the time, what we should be doing next. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to answer the question in its entirety. In its entirety. So the question the brother said was, and I'm not even going to address the distracted part, because I think that we've already beat that ad nauseum. But what I will address is, now that we have established these facts, so now that we've established that we are Israel, I feel people are not talking about what we do next. So that's really the crux of the matter, and you are right. But here's the issue with that. A lot of our brothers and sisters haven't been given the ideas and thoughts of what's going to happen next, or what we should be doing next, right? Each Israelite has been given their tools and their talents and their gifts by the Father. Some have been given the ideas and thoughts of what we should be doing next, how we should be moving, how we should be building things, how we should be coming together amongst ourselves to try to take over different industries. You guys have heard me say that before. This is not nothing new. So what I want to do is I want to point, I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to point to what we should be doing next according to scripture. And then I'll give a little bit of my commentary on top of that. Banya, I got the scriptures already queued up, and I would like you to read starting with Deuteronomy chapter 30. I'm going to try my best not to interrupt you. I'm going to let the word speak for itself. So if you could read starting with Deuteronomy 30 and read down to, I believe, 7, starting with 1.
All right. From the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whether the Most High thy Elohim hath driven thee.
Stop right there. Stop right there. So the stipulation is to call these things to mind. You should have in your mind, in your frontal lobe, the blessings and the curses. Most people in the chat now, they know I holler at them and fuss at them. So Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 14 is the what? Is the blessings. Deuteronomy 15 through 68 is the curses. Continue to read.
And shall return unto the Most High thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thy heart and with all thy soul. That then the Most High thy Elohim would turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations whither the Most High thy Elohim hath scattered thee.
Stop right there, please. So if you take those precepts to heart, you have something that you should be doing. Now, and this isn't the end of it. This is the start. You do the stipulations that he's given you. You call those things to mind as we have been doing. You will notice that the thoughts of the true Israelites, not the fake-ulites, not the steal-ulites that'll steal from you, that they claim they're Israel, they'll rob you blind. I'm talking about the real Israelites, that's law, statutes, and commandments, that's LSC. We've been teaching and talking about LSC this whole time. And so that's the real Israelites. If you talk about your Israelite and you're still running around eating crab, shrimp, pork, and lobster, and you're doing everything known to man, you're not an Israelite. You are terrorist. Continue to read.
Verse 4. If any of thy be driven out into the utmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Most High thy Elohim gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. And the Most High thy Elohim will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do good, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. Verse 6. And the Most High thy Elohim will circumcise thy heart and the heart of thy seed, to love the Most High thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. And the Most High thy Elohim will put all these curses upon thy enemy and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee. Next verse. And thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Most High, and do all his commandments which I commanded thee this day.
Let me see. Did you read number 7?
Yes.
Okay, great. So now that right there is all of our instructions and directions. And then within that dovetails brotherly love, like the folks that put the precepts in brotherly love. Therein also lies the paradox of the head becoming the tail and the tail becoming the head. Now, what I typically talk about, and brother, I don't know where the message is kind of off the screen, but what we typically talk about is we talk about that very fact. We talk about that all the time. If the tail is going to become the head, how does the tail become the head? That's one aspect. And then another aspect is if that's the case, then if you're in the wilderness or if you're not in the wilderness, let's say that you're here, what should you be doing when the Father comes? You already know that you're Israelite, and this is how I run it down. You already know that you're Israelite. You're doing Deuteronomy 30. So then what's next? And that's the question that the brother's asking. What do we do next? Well, we start to build amongst ourselves. You start looking at the JD, and I'm calling you out specifically because you asked the question. I'm not calling you out. I'm saying this to you. The Father has given you keys. The Father has given you tools specifically for the work and the task that he's given you. Now, if you need to hear it from somebody, I'm telling you right now that you should be doing the Father's will by doing and using those gifts that he's given you for the kingdom. And we are the kingdom. So all of those great, wonderful ideas that he's given you, he didn't just give them to you. He gave them to you so that you could be a benefit to the nation this hour. So I love when I see that question, because this is right in my wheelhouse personally. Now, what I would recommend that you do is that go to the Kingdom Conversation playlist and start with one and then run all the way through them. See, a lot of people don't want to do anything. And JD, I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying this for the fact that a lot of times when we do shows that had to deal with our own disposition, you have to look in the mirror. A lot of us Israelites don't want to do that. A lot of us Israelites, and I'm gonna be frank, don't want to get up off our ass and do the things that we're supposed to be doing. We'd rather Elisha do it, or Najee, you do that. I don't want to do it. You see what I'm saying? So based on that, we should be getting up off our ass and building things together so that we can become the head and not the tail, and not stay the tail. I yield.
And just let me say, I knew that question was profound, and I knew that Elder Brother Cleo was the right person to answer it. All praises to the Most High.
And I just want to add, I'm glad he did. I'm glad he did say that, because yeah, that is his alley. But that was one thing I didn't even mention, because I was too hyped up, because I don't like that dude. But not
you want to fight that dude, man. That's what it is.
Not you. I'm talking about, you know what I'm
talking
about.
No. You want to fight the dude that you was listening to.
I'm saying, just have me just all hyped up. But that was another thing that I did notice. Yes, now is the perfect opportunity, and I'm saying, for us to come together and to build amongst ourselves. And I believe I'm seeing that can be done. So, I yield. I'm just agreeing with what he said.
Just to add
Can I
to
come in for a second? Yeah, I agree with everything that the two brothers said. It's something that and I'm a thinker, and I like to ask why. In the legal circle, there's such a thing called the preponderance of evidence. The preponderance of evidence. That means you could have a murder committed and you have no body, but yet because all the evidence points to a murder being committed, even without the body being present, due to the preponderance of evidence, someone can use that to say, yes, a murder was committed, and yes, we believe that you are the person that did it. Now, this awakening that's happening, you have to look below the surface, and we all know it's a spiritual thing, right? Isaiah 60 says, arise and shine, for thy light has come, for the glory of Yah is risen upon you. For darkness is upon the land, and gross darkness the people. But he said that the Gentiles shall come to the brightness of thy rising, that the kings of the earth will come to thy brightness, or to thy rising. And I think about events like what happened with George Floyd. Now, we have been complaining about police brutality for decades, for hundreds of years, but nobody seemed to care. But when it was seen in public, a brother being brutalized and publicly lynched, the entire world took notice. Now here we come again with two public figures, Ye and Kyrie, that what they said didn't deserve the kind of backlash that was created. But once again, the world is now seeing that, wait, why are they behaving this? Why are the ish people behaving like that? So the reason why I'm bringing this out is I used to run a music studio. My son actually has a lighting company. When you go to a Broadway play, whenever you want to highlight someone, whether the person playing the lead role, the person who is up in the balcony who has that spotlight, he keeps that spotlight on that person because you want all attention to be focused on that person. And so what the Most High is doing, he is now beginning to shine the light on his people. Somebody quoted the scripture, I think earlier, that said that, I think it's in Wisdom of Solomon, where it says, how are these the people of Yah? We thought his end was gonna, and I'm paraphrasing, we thought his end was without honor. Whatever the Most High is doing, he is going to shine a light on his people. It's not what we say that's going to convince people that we are the people, but it's going to be things that are going to be undeniable. The evidence is going to become undeniable. It's not just the 400 years. There's a scripture that we all know that it says that when you can predict the weather patterns based upon what you see in the sky. but he said that you can't discern the times. So all of these things are coalescing around these prophecies that talks about what the Most High is going to do in the latter days. We know that they will never admit, at least the Ish people will never admit that we are the people. Here goes that scripture that says that they're going to kick you out of their synagogue. That means that they will never accept you into their circle. But we are not of them. They are of a different spirit. And this is the ancient war between the sons of Esau and the sons of Jacob. And what does the Bible say? That they have a perpetual hatred, the sons of Esau, for us, right? So whenever you see all that energy behind them, it's because they can't help themselves, because it is a spiritual battle that's going on. And the Most High, we don't have the kind of power these people do. But the Most High, as somebody posted in the chat, how is it that one can chase 1,000 or two shall put 10,000 to flight unless the Most High had turned his back on them? What we're seeing happening now is that the Most High's face is now turning back to his people. And when the Most High turns his face back to his people, the host of heaven turns back to his people. And so when his favor is upon his people, we're going to begin to see supernatural occurrences that is going to be undeniable. And so this is what I believe is happening. This is the two sticks coming together, because now we're finding causes that we can galvanize around. You see, they thought, what did Joseph say to his brothers? He said that what you all did in selling me into slavery, that you meant it for my bad. But the Most High used it to his glory, because had I not been in this position, I would not have been able to save you, my brothers. So what is happening, this negative stuff, they meant it for our harm. But the Most High is turning it around for our good, and he's going to shine the light on his people, and it will be undeniable who his people are. And I yield with that.
Amen.
Let me say,
Amen.
I agree with the brother, and even to add to what Elder Cleo said, is that we have a large part to play in our own deliverance. That's where our faith comes in at. You know, if we watch a movie together and we watch it all the way to the end, and I say, let's run it back, you know what's going to happen. But before we watched it, you don't know what's going to happen in the movie. Some people got the spirit of foresight, and they could just tell, or this was going to happen after this was going to happen after that. But once we've seen it together, you know the end from the beginning. And with faith, we know the start, we know the end. We know exactly what the Most High said. So we know exactly what to do to play a part in our salvation. The Most High said when we was in Babylon, Jeremiah the 29th chapter, he says 70 years shall be accomplished. 70 years. He told us to prosper in Babylon for 70 years. When 70 years was accomplished, it was already stipulated that we were to return home and to make moves according to that, purpose. Most High said to us, 400 years shall be accomplished. We're supposed to move with faith now to leave. If brothers, we had some great leader right now, even if a brother in here was to say, we all should go to this place and let them know about the things that's happening with us and that we're ready to go right now. How many of you would stop what you're doing to do that? How many of you would walk out of Babylon like Nehemiah led our people to Jerusalem to accomplish the building of the temple? But how many of you want to ask what happens next? See, the question is easier than the moves it take to accomplish the answer. A lot of times that we play a part in these things, and we have to do what it takes. We have to move forward in faith according to the things the Most High says. So right now, as it stands right now, everybody knowing that we are the Israelites, we're supposed to be moving to the next question. We are those people, and y'all are not. Let's put that to task. That should be everybody's job right now. The Most High said we're delivered after 400 years. We're supposed to put that to task. We want out of here. We want our land back. See, then the doors of prophecy opens up then by the moving of his people, because the Most High is merciful and just to do it exactly what he said he would do to us. The brothers read Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, maybe verses 1 to 8. Nehemiah read the same verses. He read the same versions of deliverance, but he didn't interpret it as the Most High having him to wait for another sign other than the 70 years that he had spoke in Jeremiah 29. The words were spoken to us. Now it's time to deliver thyself, O Israel. And the Most High will do what he did with us in Egypt. He will carry us on his back. He will put us under his wings. He will spread the oceans that we may go through. He will cause the rivers of Egypt to dry up, and we shall walk over on dry shod. But if you just keep going back and to and fro, and you keep asking questions as if somebody got to keep giving their life to you or their life for you, and somebody else got to go out there and do the things we need all of our people to do to accomplish the purpose, then you're just a questioner. You have no spirit to accomplish your own question. You have no spirit to believe in faith that the Most High is going to do what he said he was going to do. 400 years is up. What are you prepared to do? That's the question. What are you willing to do? That's the question. Our brothers is forerunning. Kyrie is speaking. Brother Kanye, he's giving up his billions for it. A lot of other brothers are seeing this and they going out on a limb. For Floyd Mayweather, Fantasia, Nick Cannon. What are you prepared to do? Don't ask the question, what do we do next? Are you ready to move? Are you ready to take the next step? Will you stop what you're doing to accomplish these things? Do you believe in faith that 400 years is up and had to be accomplished? Do you believe Lamentations chapter 4 when the Most High said that iniquity has been accomplished? Do you believe these things? Because if you do, all you got to do is worry about being ready. And if you do, you plague these people inside the comment boards of Twitter and Instagram. You'll show your support to these brothers to rile them up even more. You put up you'll go on social media and show the support. When brothers ask you to stand with them, you'll stand. And these things will happen before you know it. We'll be walking out of here. And the Most High would do those marvelous things we're talking about seeing in the heavens through prophecy. But if we do nothing, we prolong it. Because there's not a place inside the scriptures where the delivered people didn't have a part to play in their deliverance.
Hey, I got to jump off, brothers, but hey, thank you all for having me, man. It was really a pleasure chopping it up with you guys. And yeah, I'm gonna have to drop you my email address, man, so that we can get into some more deeper conversations. I give praises to the Most High for what you brothers are doing out there, man. You know, this is a part of what we all have to do is play our role, each one teaching one, you know. And so I give honor to the Most High for you guys, and you know, keep doing what you do, man. I'm keeping you brothers in my prayers.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you. Thank you, bro. All right, so there was a video that I wanted to present to you brothers and also the brothers and sisters in the live. I'm not sure if any of you brothers are familiar with what Farrakhan had to say in addressing the whole situation.
Yeah, I saw the video. It'd be good to cue it up for the fam.
Yeah, what was your thoughts on it before I cue it up?
Well, a lot of people will have disparaging comments to say about Farrakhan because of his religious beliefs, and not only his religious beliefs, but he's really deep steeped into Scientology. However, what I have to say is, as usual, the brother speaks a lot of truth in what he's saying. The key thing that he drove home to me was the fact that and this is what I pulled out of it. We shouldn't necessarily be divided and arguing in front of the heathen or in front of anybody, right? And I say this all the time. If we have issues, I'm never going to openly demean no camp, no other Israelite. But what I would like to do is probably get behind the scenes and hash these things out. See, we don't have our own. The Fuse got Mossad to get their intelligence, and not only do they got Mossad, they can tap into any alphabet soup and get the intelligence on you, me, the Zigzag Man who was in here, and everybody in the chat. So having said that, the idea that we need to start moving, and y'all hear from different channels, being on code. Shouldn't be a buzz phrase to you. We should be moving on a code of ethics, right? And I'm gonna leave that where it is so that you can get into it. Hallelujah. All praise to the Most High. I got it right that time. What's this? All praise to the Father.
I'm gonna throw up this disclaimer.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. And this is a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And fair use is a use permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational use tips, the balance in favor of fair use.
And I am sure that my teacher, who is presently on the wheel, deeply concerned about what is happening in Black America today, that is put two of our young men, one, a great basketball player, Kyrie Irving, and another brother who is called a rapper, but he's so much more than that. Brother Ye, and the controversy that is swirling around these two men that is causing, unfortunately, division among a people that can least afford to be broken more apart because of misunderstanding and, unfortunately, parts of ignorance that we don't see the enemy who is working 100% to bring bloodshed about among us because of the serious nature of what is happening that is causing them, the enemy, to use his influence on those of us who are on his payroll, and those of us who have been blessed to be connected to them. Could be a blessing, but it also can be a cursing. Because once the enemy puts his talons into you, he's reaching for your mind, but more than that, he's reaching for your soul to empty us and make us weak when we could be strong, and doing his bidding rather than manifesting the great love that God wants us to show toward one another. I'd like to start with Brother Kyrie. What did he do wrong? What did he do? He's searching for the knowledge of himself. He's searching to know who he is, who he belongs to. What is his root in this world? And some of you that are persecuting him are the very ones that took away from him and from us the knowledge of self. You took our language, you took our culture, you took our history, you took our minds and inserted your mind into our mind through your systems. And now God has come to lift us from this terrible condition that you have placed us in. So he saw a movie. He didn't write the movie. He wasn't the producer of the movie. He wasn't the director of the movie. Somebody told him that there was a movie titled From Hebrews to Negroes. That's an interesting title because many of our people don't know anything about being a Hebrew. We know that we passed through something called Negro, and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that means someone dead, lifeless, hard, neutral. We didn't name ourselves a Negro. They named us that because they put us in the condition that that name represents. Kyrie and Ye and all of you now that are involved in the conversation, could you just step back a moment and let's reason together? He saw the movie because of all of the anger and dislike and breaking apart. I said, let me see this movie. And I and my wife and my family, we watched the movie the other night. It was well researched. The people that did it, they had a purpose. The purpose of those people was to show us how we got from Hebrew to Negro. As I watched that, I could see my brother. He's not thinking about hating somebody. He's thinking about learning more about himself, because we are tired of being what others have made us. We must become ourselves again. And he was interested in that journey, and I can listen to him and I can see him and I can see that's the journey that he's on. He's not trying to hurt the Nets. He's not trying to hurt the brothers that are playing ball with him. But he is trying to be true to himself. The greatest teaching of the God who came to find us and save us, he said, accept your own and be yourself. That is what Kyrie is trying to do. Find his own, accept his own, and be himself. I heard an intelligent brother, not a foolish man, but a man that has found something that is more valuable for him than being loved as a great, fantastic ball player. So many of you, my brothers, who are former players, and you've been so good at it, and you know who your managers have been, you know who your accountants have been and are, you know who your agents have been and are, you know who the owners of the teams that you play on, whether it's basketball, football, I don't know, whatever it is, you know who they are. And because of your greatness, they have decided that you should become rich. For hundreds of years, they didn't decide like that. For hundreds of years, they loved that you were poor and talented, so they could be your managers. They could be your agents. They could give you knowledge and give you favor. You don't see as God would love for you to see, because there are forces among us that they are afraid of. They are afraid that you will discover the truth of yourself and them. They don't want you to find who you are, because once you know yourself, the next step is you gotta rise up from where you are to be yourself. And yourself is a noble person, a righteous person, a person that can be labeled the Son of God. The Bible says of us, ye are all God's children of the Most High God. So ye must have discovered something. He said, I am God. People that were interviewed said, don't talk like that. Why? Because you don't want us to identify with God. It's all right for us to call each other, yo, dog, how things going, dog? But each of us, Elijah Muhammad said, when you see a black man, you are looking at God. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wanted to give us that kind of knowledge. And he made us to stop using the term nigger and call each other brother, call each other sister, and learn to love for your brother what you love for yourself. And there are many black people in America and around the world that are digging at the knowledge of self. Many in America digging at the knowledge of self and sharing what they know. So Kyrie saw the movie and he wanted to share it with those that follow him. You know how we've been. You find a reefer and it's good to you. You call your friends and you share your reefer. They're not mad with that. Yo, dog, come on, let's smoke this blunt. You don't say nothing about that. But when they get knowledge and want to share knowledge, they're not talking against you. They work to make you richer as you work to make them some money too. These people aren't anti-Semitic. Every one of them ain't never done nothing against you as a Jewish person. They don't do that. Not one of those do things to purposely harm a Jewish person. The man went to a movie. He saw something that taught him more about himself, and he wanted to share it. You looked at his passing on what he thought was knowledge that would sink his roots back in the soil of himself and the God. And you felt threatened by that. Why owners of the nets, why did you feel threatened? He didn't call you out by name. He just said he saw something and he put it up. You called it what? A anti-Semitic trope. The movie is almost a little over 2 hours. I'm sure there are things in there that you didn't like. But there are many things that you all have written about us that we don't like. You have been the one making us hate who we are and hate our origin in the world. You're the one that made Tarzan and told us that that's part of us. You've done all of this to us. And we couldn't say nothing. You're the one that made a darky, a little black Sambo. And you made us to see that as who we are. Can't you see that we're tired of that? So because I and others of knowledge are spreading knowledge of God, knowledge of self, knowledge of the time, and also knowledge of an enemy. Because we couldn't be in a condition like this if all of you were our friends. We have enemies. And those enemies have dropped us down in the barrel of waste. We're not around here hating you, but we tell the truth of what we know of what some of you have done to put us in the condition that we're in. Kyrie found something. I want you to say that you are sorry for saying something that is anti-Semitic. And he kept telling you, I can't be anti myself. You didn't want to hear that. You know you came from us. You know that you are not the father of humanity. We know our history and we know yours. We don't like what you're doing to Kyrie or to Ye. And when we see how you want to break him, destroy him, to keep him from saying anything that might enlighten our people. Do you know when you mess up his mind like that, he can't play? I saw the man playing ball the other day and he missed every shot, almost. He can't play with his mind in that state. And when his brother Kevin Durant said, I don't like none of this. He's not saying he don't like the movie. He's not liking what you're doing to a man who wasn't doing nothing against you, but searching for greater knowledge. And you decided to break him. You decided to put fear into men like Charles Barkley and LeBron James and other black men who have become rich and powerful. You wanted to say, you were saying to them as you were lynching Kyrie, you all better get the point. You all better get the message. They don't want you rising up into that knowledge that will make you a real man and not a glorified punk. I'm saying to the ADL, sir, we know you. And we know that we know you, and you know that we know you. Don't talk to Kyrie by himself. He can go and look at the horror of the Holocaust. Why don't you come and look at the horror of what your parents have done to black people in America and throughout the world? Why don't you come and study and repent of your evil to us? Then maybe we can sit down and have a talk like civilized human beings. Ye is not a hater. Ye is a lover. Kyrie is the same. But he wants to stand on a principle. And you see him standing, how intelligent he is, and the media keeps running at him with, why don't you say you apologize for this anti-Semitism? You did the same thing to me. I've tried to have meetings with you. Let's dialogue about this. You don't want to dialogue with me. You want to dialogue with somebody that you know you can put down because of the power you have over them by giving them a contract and money that you can take from them if they say or do anything that you don't like. This is the day of judgment and justice. These men don't want to be against you. These men are grateful. You brought them out of college and high school and gave them a contract. You gave them a contract because you saw their talent. Haven't they made money for you all? So now you sign them up. And then Adidas comes by and Nike comes by and gives them a lot of money that they don't see. You have them on a leash. And whenever somebody like Kyrie or Ye rise up and you don't like it, you pull the chain. So we run out and dog our own brother because he did something for a principle. You will too. Life is bigger than paper with a white man's image on it. Life is bigger than a nice house and a nice car and a lot of bling bling. Life is bigger than an Oscar. Life is bigger than a belt. Life is bigger than something that says I am the best at what I do. I'm the most valuable player, or my team won. But as a people, we are losing. We cannot afford to lose any of you. You are our kith and our kin, our flesh and our blood. And so I wanted to say something to help us to come together rather than break apart. Because it's Ye and Kyrie today. But what they're doing to them is to make you, who are in the good graces of them, so you think. You see what we just did? Ye lost $2 billion in a few days. You might wonder, did he really have it? He lost that much that soon? You know when you signed a contract with him. I don't know what's in the contract, but you do. So evidently, Adidas and all the companies that Brother Kanye is signed to or was signed to until Mr. Ari Emanuel told everybody just drop him. Beloved brothers and sisters, look, your day is soon coming. I'm asking you stop beating each other up in the public. Stop doing that. But of course, that's what the master wants us to do. There's a slave here that's getting out of place, and teach him a lesson. Beat him up. I'm saying to you, don't do that. Call your brother. Come and sit down with us. Tell us about this movie. I understand that Brother Shaquille O'Neal put it up in his theater. Go see it. You don't want to read Secret Relationship with Blacks and Jews that we finance, we researched.
Yes, sir.
And you told me when we sat down. We had dinner together in the home of the Jewish rabbi. I went, others went. I brought some of my people, and there were two rabbis. There was Irv Kupcinet, great reporter for the Chicago Sun-Times. And after we had a beautiful dinner together, we looked like we were going to be on a page together where the controversy could stop. But the rabbi said to me, this is love fest that is near the end of the dinner. But then he reached in his pocket and pulled out an envelope and said, but this is tough love. We want something from you. And they said, Minister, we have to watch you over a protracted time to make sure that you've changed. Then we had just put out the first volume of The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. And you all told me, we want you to renounce this book. Because it's a great calumny against the Jewish people. You said that to me. You said to me, nobody that is deemed an enemy to the Jewish people is ever written of well in history. You know you control much of the publishing industry. So if you write the books, your people are heavily placed in the media. So when you all get ready to dog us out, you call those in that you pay. Then you told me that if I did all the things that you all asked me to do, you would clean up my image. You knew you dirtied it. But I'm not going to beg and bow to you to clean up my image. God is sufficient for me. And God is sufficient for Kyrie and Ye. And God is sufficient for everyone who has been made a millionaire, a multimillionaire, a billionaire. And then you call your man at Forbes and tell them, put it in the book that there's a new billionaire black kid on the block. There's Miss Oprah, one of the most beautiful women you could ever have as a friend. But now she has something to lose if she's not careful. Careful means you have to guard your mouth. So you used to be able to open it. I'm going to do that again. You used to be able to open it. Now when they pull that chain, now you can't find your voice. You're afraid. When fear grips you because you think you're going to lose something that's dear to you, so you don't want to venture out because you're afraid. I say this, dear beloved, resist the devil, and he will flee from you.
Yeah. So yeah, that's deep.
That's what I just said. It's deep.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the deal. We're gonna do some closing comments. I'm gonna go to the brother Elisha first. We do these closing comments. Then in an hour and a half later, we're gonna do prayer. I don't want to hold everybody up for too much longer. Brother Elisha, do you have anything that you wanted to say?
Yeah, you know, Farrakhan and our other brothers and sisters as well. You know, don't forget you sisters that support us and support the truth. and even speak the truth in your capacities. Some of us say different things, even in the Christian church. But Mashiach once said, he who is not against us is on our part. When it comes to what they do to our people, we have an interest in each other. We're on each other's part. There's not one person in here that can say we want our children oppressed, that we want to be in the lowest degraded positions, that we want to continually be mistreated by police. When we speak about us, we got a vested interest in that. Farrakhan, at the Million Man March, he spoke those things. We're the children of Israel, that the Most High is going to bring his plagues upon this place if they don't let us go or give us a good send-off. And the brother always is well articulated. Anything you can say about the brother, you don't have to believe in, deal with his religion, but he always he always inspires you. At least for me, I always liked what Farrakhan said. I'm not nation. I'm an Israelite. And he knows he's an Israelite too. And once you can get past the denominational things or denominational, I don't know why I'm struggling with that word right now, but you can see our brothers for what it is, see our people for what it is. So everything he said was 100% true. The only way these people are going to recognize or see or understand that we recognize what they're doing to us is to come at them harder and harder and have more support for the brothers and sisters that come out and say the things we all know to be true, helping enlighten all the brothers and sisters that don't know. We gotta double down on these things. We gotta be even more overt in our approach to them. We need to act like we need to make a demand about what is owed to us, what belongs to us, and how we want it back, and who we are. We can't keep asking for our history. Gotta lay claim to it in our names. There's a part in the scripture where it says, one shall call himself Jacob and surname himself Israel. I see all the different names in here, Yashra'Allah and Yasharal and Jacob, and we fulfill those scriptures today. And every day we do that, take our names back, our heritage. And we got to support the brothers and sisters that speak on our part and stop trying to use those walls of division because they're in this camp or they're in this religion. Stay on topic. But brothers say something true, let's rock out with that. We don't go home with him. We ain't got to support or agree how he interacts with his wife, what job he does, what sports he likes, what his political beliefs are. But when a brother speaks the truth about our people, man, we can live with that. Doesn't matter what he does after that. What he said in that moment was true, and what he's saying is beneficial to not only himself but us. So yeah, I agree with all what the brother said. It was a great lesson today. It was a great session today to fellowship with the Israelite brothers and sisters. All praises to the Most High God by Hashem Yeshai, all day and night, every day, who's the author and finisher of our faith, the ones from which we are blessed, the ones from which we'll be delivered, the one from which we'll praise forever in the land of the living amongst our fathers and our mothers, to the glory of his beautiful name. And I pray we'll do this again. And the Most High bless. In the name of Yeshua Mashiach. Amen.
Amen. My brother Yash.
Yeah, what a great way to end this segment. One with the great words that Minister Farrakhan said, and even with the beautiful backdrop that Shah just put on. It was even hard to come after. And so I just want to remind us Wednesdays in Kingdom Conversation. This one Brother Cleo did with Brother Elias Shasta, that it was a reminder that we are in the land of our enemies and that we are captive. And let us keep that mindset that these people whom we serve, whom we're under, We're strangers in their lands, and they are our enemy. We must never forget that. And with that in mind, it should encourage us to not look at our brothers because they might be a Christian or they might be a Muslim or may not believe everything the way that we believe. We're coming out of this thing. And what the Most High is requiring of us is unity. It must be unity at all costs, outside of, not, we must remember to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments. But, like I said, we cannot turn a deaf ear to our brother, our elders, just because they may not believe exactly the way we believe. If they are fighting for us, they are standing up for us, standing up for righteousness and standing up for the truth, then they are for us. And we must protect them. I said it, and Brother Elisha just repeated it. We must keep our knee on their neck this time. They had the nerve to try and publicly lynch an Israelite, a son of the Most High. And for that, we say no more. Shalom.
Amen. I just want to say all praises, honor, and glory to the Most High Elohim and His Son, whom He sent to be a propitiation for Israel, and the Holy Spirit that He sent to comfort us and give us all knowledge. Sending love, respect, and well wishes out to all my brothers and sisters on the chat and all my brothers and sisters in the four corners of the earth. Kwam Yasharala. It's been your brother Bunya, Elder Elisha, Brother Yash, Cleo, and Brother Hal. With that being said, walk in faith, walk in grace, and walk in obedience, Israel. Shabbat Shalom.